All right, we can go ahead and get started, y'all. I know that Melissa's sick and Edwin usually joins us a little bit.
The traffic is a madhouse out there. It's really tough.
Yeah, so it might take a little bit. So we can go ahead and get started. Roll call.
Alyssa Newsom. Desiree Simmons,
Here.
Lisa Volker,
Here.
John Lusk,
Virtual.
Tegwin John, Alice Elliott,
Here.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Present.
For present, there is a quorum.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have approving the agenda. So you have the agenda here. I'll just say too, as we go into it, that I did kind of list the order, the numbers are kind of a sense of order that I want to go in. And also a way for us to see like all the different things for us to cover today. And so I'm going to try to move us through them, but I also tried to put them in order to give us a little bit of flow by how much I think we need to talk about things also and things that we've talked about a lot. And so hopefully that will also give us a little bit of a flow as we're thinking through things. So, and then you'll see the tiered benefits, which I want to kind of go over too. I didn't actually put that, I think, as a number, but I did want to kind of go over that attachment as well. So if anybody has any other questions or changes to the agenda. If not, I'll entertain a motion. Accept the agenda.
Yes. Motion to accept the agenda.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Next up, we have public comment. Do we have anybody who would like to make a comment at this time?
Hello, my name is Amber Fellows, and I understand this is your last meeting before you make an agreement together, the first CBA agreement since the CBO was formed, which is really exciting, and I just want to thank you all for putting your time and labor into this project, and I'm really excited to see how it turns out. I intended to come earlier, like maybe last meeting or so, because I feel pretty strongly about one element that I saw in the proposed CBA that I think was just some ideas of what you've all been discussing, but one of the things is clawbacks, and I just wanted to talk about that in case people were not familiar, and also just stress the importance of it. So I just took some notes down from people that phrased it a little bit better, but a clawback is a clause of a subsidy or contract that simply says that a company must uphold its end of the bargain, or else taxpayers have some money back protection or land back protection. How they work. So when a company signs a subsidy deal, it typically promises to deliver a set of public benefits. For example, a company may state on its subsidy application that it will invest $1 million into a new plant projected to employ 100 people full-time at $20 per hour. If that company fails to follow through on that investment, number of jobs, employment hours, or wage rate in a specified amount of time, and the subsidy deal has a clawback provision, the company must forfeit or repay all or part of its subsidies to the state or local government that awarded them. Why do we need them? Clawbacks provide taxpayers a way of making sure their investment in development subsidies pays off in the form of real public benefits, and allow governments to recoup their money if it does not. The concept of a clawback may seem like common sense. However, with the way many subsidy deals are currently structured, companies often face no penalties if they fail to deliver on promised jobs or investment. A company's plan to create, sorry, I lost my spot. A company's plan to create public benefits may be regarded by both corporate executives and public officials as more of a goal rather than an enforceable commitment. Governments often take a good faith approach, assuming the company is done and will continue to do its best and letting it off the hook if it falls short. The result of such tax enforcement is that taxpayers end up subsidizing companies for things they don't want. In most cases, failures of a company to live up to the terms of the subsidy mean that it creates fewer jobs or other benefits that were promised. So, yeah, I think that, clawbacks are pretty typical in a lot of the contracts even City of Ipsy does in the past, where there's like a provision if the development isn't created in a certain amount of time. It's always based on a time frame. So if it's not done in a certain amount of time, then there's clawback provisions in the development agreement and purchase agreement and things like that. But I do think with the agreements that you put on this contract, it's really good. So you should ensure them by a clawback, especially for the affordability of the units. Ensure them for clawback at 30 years or beyond 30 years. Thank you, Amber.
It doesn't look like we have anybody virtually, is that right?
Correct.
Great. So then we can move on from public comment to resolutions, motions, and discussion. So first up, we have approving the minutes from our April 6th meeting. Does anybody have anything they want to say about those?
Move to approve.
Second that?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. So on to the meat of what we'll do today. There's a couple of things I just wanted to check on as we get ready to jump in. One is the attachment, these benefits by tiers. So that as we kind of go through them, we can kind of have a sense of how it lays out with the language that's in the ordinance. And so I don't know if folks have questions or like kind of agree with where I kind of put things. There also are a couple of things I wanted to highlight. Like there's a couple of things I added that we hadn't talked about deeply and like with the other pieces. One was around mold mitigation or remediation. I just thought it kind of fit with the conversation we were having around radon and air quality and energy efficiency. And that was also something that when we were doing that work around the housing affordability and accessibility, that we saw that there really aren't any protections around mold. And so that was something that I added. So I'm happy to talk about that a little bit more. But I wanted to bring your attention to that. And then the other one was the affordability clawback, which Amber just talked about. We kind of had talked about, I think, some things around this in different ways. But this was kind of putting in this language that seemed to kind of address some of the questions and things that folks were bringing up earlier. You'll also notice that I bolded the ones around the affordable housing piece. And so I did that in part because it's been clear that's like really like our highest priority piece. And I wanted to bring attention to that as in addition to the things that are under the city of Ypsilanti and having that connection and tie. So so that the part around what the city of Ypsilanti would be doing would be investing in new affordable housing for our community, which would mean accepting the 3% pilot, which would in turn give us these benefits in this area that was our highest priority. So I just kind of wanted to tie those together and also to make it really kind of strong of why. So that when we come to thinking about our cover letter and our presentation, that we can kind of think about that. Does anybody have any questions about this document or anything like that? Go ahead, Steve.
In none of the minutes, is there any vote on the things that are being included in here? So seeing these here and especially the 3% pilot, those were never agreed to as a group with a vote. So not sure how they got to this point. And so the question is, where do we go from here in terms of agreeing to the elements of the agreement? And is that all gonna happen tonight or?
Yeah, I think that that's what we're gonna go through all of that tonight. And so I guess this, to be more clear, I guess would be called potential. These are all the benefits that we've talked about from the prioritization list that we had, looking at the benefits for the people in the residence, greater city, and potentially both. So this is, all of those things are on this list that we've talked about. And so that's kind of how we've come to this, but it was more that it wasn't in this format and tied to what the benefit actually would be. So I wanted to kind of get a sense of how it mapped on there, and also looking at what the requirements are of the ordinance. So because this is a tier 2 ordinance, it's supposed to be all of, the parts of tier 1 as well as, some of tier 2. But also because we've talked about all of these things really extensively and have done a lot of work, I think, to figure out a lot of things. I also wanted to get a sense of, when we look at it, that we can also see that we're not looking at just like the bare minimum of what the ordinance requires, but that we could be looking at actually a more full sense of benefits, right? So, but when we go through each of these things tonight, we're going to be voting on them with the specific information and language.
This is more of like a visualization / mapping tool. It's not like a hard and fast, like this is what we're doing. Right?
Yes,
That's my understanding of it at least.
Yeah. Any other?
John has the same one.
Go ahead, John.
Hi, and sorry I missed the end of last week's meeting. The internet provider suffered like a 2-hour outage, and we're totally live down there on internet. Tonight I'm at a VRBO in Tennessee, so headed back home to see your marvelous changing weather. And so I'm sorry I missed the end of it, but it was just beyond my thing. I'd like to express an overall feeling, and that is, it seems like many of the items are focused on doing for the tenants of the building and not for the wider Ypsilanti. Very few of these items really will benefit the city. So I worry about that. I'd like to see some flagship item that helps the city. And so there's some frustration in there for me, as opposed to setting up, making sure there's committees locally, and a lot of these things, it just seems are trying to set up so the residents have a better time. That's cool, but just a general feeling. Thanks.
Thanks, John. I think we might have some things to say to offer for that, but it sounds like we don't want to.
Oh, I was just gonna say, is it worth spending a decided amount of time on the connections between, like, how we see that these benefits to the immediate environment and the tenants actually do benefit the city? I can definitely understand that, John, I see what you mean, but I also have definitely, thought about the general health of the development as a major benefit to the city, and that has not been a guarantee historically.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I think that, we've had several meetings now, and if we wanted, I think that we did a great job of trying to make this as good of a housing situation as possible for people. And I think that will have ripple effects of what Lisa was saying into the broader community. When people are more empowered, they're able to participate in community building type stuff. And also, I don't know, I feel like a little frustrated in return that we have spent many meetings on this, and it feels like I don't necessarily want to spend a lot of time just deciding to add more stuff or change our focus. I feel more excited about turning these into something that we can present to city council.
John, did you have something in mind that, you said a flagship item? or project.
Right, I gotta remember to unmute, takes me a second. I know Penn Park is just, hasn't had a lot of investment in it. It's a neighbor of this property and it would help the community. Now, one of my ideas was, okay, they rehabbed the building, but I don't know if you've been in Penn Park lately. We went after a rainstorm and the picnic area is so low that it's flooded, which is a shame. It just doesn't receive the maintenance it should get. But then again, the park budget is really hurting. So I thought a significant investment in Penn Park, for instance, makes real community sense. So in that sense, you know, put some dollars into it and make it work. So
So
Can I?
go ahead.
John, I don't know if you were here for this comment, nor do I remember which meeting it was made in, but there was a comment made that there is a pot of money available in the city that is specifically for improvements in a couple of parts of the city. And this area is one of them here, this like corridor up. What's the road?
There's the community development block grant funding that's through program income that actually would be eligible in this area. But the reason why the city has not been targeting Penn Park at this point is with the removal of the dam, that's going to drastically change the park. Until we know how it's going to change the park, we making major investments into the area when we know removal of the dam will change that drastically. It's not the way councils wanted to do in the past.
That's true. That's part of it. And the other part is that there's other funding for like street level kind of beautification stuff, right? Or like refinishing the streets. Is that something? But there was an issue.
Sidewalk.
There was an issue with a lack of community engagement from residents in that area. And we were hoping like part of this focus on the tenants of like giving them the tools to have a really strong community and have them be empowered. Like Alice said, you know, hopefully that means that they can also be empowered in the broader IPSI community and help engage with these kinds of processes and use some of those resources in that area more broadly. But
We've also heard extensively from Kyle that it's not like you guys can just pour money into things that aren't this development. Like it's gonna be, I think, we're the amount of things that we're doing with this is really great, and also probably not like that's not within their purview to fix things. They're like just extant in the city, not at this development.
And I'm going in the hopes of kind of moving us on into the agenda. The other thing I would say to this too is just that, you know, again, based on that prioritization list, when we were looking at things that are benefits to the city at large, I would say that it's been brought up thinking about an affordable housing development that would bring a sense of rent control to a space would be a benefit to the city at large. The work that they talk about, the staffing and being able to have some things in there for people who have been formerly incarcerated would be a benefit to the city at large. Doing some targeted promotions and adding more affordable units that match the demographics for the community here within the city would be a benefit for the city at large. And I think that there's, you know, a number of other things. So I do want to just say that I do think that there are some things that are the public community space and the free store and the pantry would be also a benefit that I see that would impact more than just the residents. So I do think that there are some things in here that do that. And I want to make sure that we have time to kind of work through some of those things. The other question I have, is that okay, John? Does that kind of, I recognize that doesn't mean that like answers.
well,
But I do want to say the last meeting, we did have that conversation because that was one of the options. And we did a fist of 5 and there was consensus to not include that moving forward.
yeah, I guess you know, it seems like it would be better if we had some really hard things. A lot of these are soft things. And I hear your slant on it, and it has some validity for me. But you know, something concrete, a hard line that says, you know, they did this or they didn't do that. And, you know, they're going to have a community room anyways. That exists. They're going to have this. I mean, I just worry that a lot of our capital, our opportunities are spent on things that maybe have two different definitions, and that they can implement it one way and say, yep, it's met. And so, you know, I tend to be more concrete. And like on item number 2, you know, we heard their position was if you lower the income, then we've got to lower the pilot. And you realize what happens when you do that. You know, they cost them nothing because it's a balance formula. If you lower this, we pay less in our pilot tax. You know who picks up that balance? The city. The city will pay the difference. So if we're going to go after a lower income, we can't lower the pilot. You can't do that. That's just charging the city more money that it doesn't have. So I want to make that point strong. Thank you.
The other question I have, just in terms of process, I guess, as we go through this, and this is a question for you, Mr. Barr, is just, as we go through, what kind of format do we need to consider what we put forward for you to do what you need to do to draft everything?
Okay. Well, by the way, is this the final meeting or will I get to attend one in person?
This is our final meeting.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't meet you all in person.
May need to take that a little bit point by point. Some of these are easier for me to kind of quantify into agreement than others. The one that's property management relationship accountability is one that I probably need more feedback so I can make something tangible out of it.
Mhm. All right, so as we go through it, you know, you'll just let us know, right? Okay. Because I know we had started talking about some language and things before for some of these, so I know we're not starting from 0 on it. And this one, so let's jump in. That first one, this property management relationship accountability was one that we hadn't talked about last time we met. And so I think we need to kind of pull out some of the things that we wanted to talk about for that. And the one thing that I remember that was brought up was some language around like when folks needed to make accessibility upgrades and just in making sure that there was a process and that they would not be penalized and things of that sort as one concrete thing. And the other thing I'd say for that was actually when I was looking at the materials that you shared with us, Lisa, there was some language, I can open my computer. There was some language that was around just making sure that for residents, like when they organize, that they wouldn't have like retribution or things from the landlord as well for that. And I know that what we're talking about includes so far, what we've talked about has included someone from the ownership team and from the property management team. And I think in some of the things you talked about in the documents that you shared with us, that it was like, that shouldn't be the case. And so I would just want to add something maybe in this way that's like, if the residents, for instance, felt they wanted to break away or change the format, that they would be able to, that they would be penalized for doing that. So that would be like another thing I would put under here after kind of seeing those materials. Are there other things that folks would like to see as part of thinking about the property management accountability?
I would like to see like a, I don't, this would be something that I could like look into right now about quantifying, but like if people have maintenance concerns, having there be like a reasonable timeline for those being acknowledged. I understand that there's a whole huge spectrum of what is reasonable depending on what the concern is and logistically what's involved in fixing it, but at least like a short sort of time window of communication between the tenants and the property management companies, and the property management company giving the tenants information within a short time window about when they can expect the repairs to take place, and then holding to that. That would be something that I would see.
Can I ask a question? So over the life of your investment in the property and the development, how are improvements made over time?
There's a capital reserve that's funded, capital reserve that's funded, and essentially there's a general life cycle for all major building components, roofs, windows, siding, things like that. And they're inspected over time, and when capital improvements like a new roof or new windows, new siding are made, those are made on a kind of case by case basis as necessary. Within the units themselves, it's much more common that a lot of the repairs happen when residents turn over. Not always. I mean, they happen when light bulb burns out, somebody replaces the light bulb, sink doesn't work, they fix the sink, but there will be a more thorough what we call a unit turnover after a resident moves out and a resident moves in. And that's where kind of the unit gets assessed top to bottom and what needs to be addressed. New carpet, sometimes new it's not tile, but it's a vinyl plank is like the hard surface flooring. So like new planks will be replaced if needed, painted, cleaned, all those kinds of things.
So is there any, I guess what I'm asking, is there any opportunity for this group of future people, whoever they are, to make any decisions in the sort of investments? Like, let's say, would there be any big investment that could possibly be solar or not solar? And then could residents contribute to that decision making? I know that's kind of convoluted, but do you know, you get.
I understand that. Yeah. So my thought on that is the best way for that would be through sort of the resident committee or the resident council to advocate for something like that, along with when they're meeting with the property management and the ownership group. Just to be very honest, there's typically the reserves that are made at these properties are typically for what the expected improvements need to be, or the repairs really is how I would describe them, as opposed to down the road some large new investment.
Like innovative design.
Yeah.
Improvement.
The thing with solar though, and the reason I say like you could advocate for that is that there are, and the incentives for solar change all the time, but there are tax credits that come out and then wane and then come back, and then something sunsets and then something new comes out. So that's actually an opportunity where at the right time, if a group is advocating, that could be in ownerships, management's, and the residents' best interest to establish like, how can we attack this? We all want to do this, and residents could be advocating for that.
Okay.
So I think that as part of the sort of discussions that would happen and the work done through that resident committee, that's in my mind the way that could be addressed.
Thank you. Looks like John has his hand up too.
I was just about to say, is your hand up again, or is that still from before?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had to lower my hand, and that's from the last time, and I will be cognizant of that in the future, and we'll do so. Thanks. Continue, guys.
Could it be something to help your, and I want to see if this is going okay with Kyle, but could it be in when we write out the actual tenant committee, where the tenant can be tasked with advocating for capital improvements on the site? Would that be something that Kyle
I mean, I did think more broadly in the discussion we had before that part of that resident, engagement committee or whatever you want to call it, would be the resident representative saying, hey, so-and-so in unit 1 is having issues with their plumbing and no one's addressing what's going on. Like that's one extreme. Another one is we've noticed that the windows in this building are drafty, like this needs to be addressed. Like they can bring those proactively. So definitely for maintenance, things like that. I hadn't thought about it, something more proactive like solar until now. And I think that could also apply. But yeah, no, I think that works.
Would that mean you're,
Yeah, I just was curious for more context of like, am I thinking about this as an appropriate? Are there even the conditions that allow for that possibility?
There are.
Okay,
There are.
Okay.
They're timeframe specific, so sometimes, but there are conditions, yeah.
just to let everyone know, Kyle did bring some pop.
Remember you guys wanted to have a pizza party? I thought I'd supply the drinks.
Guys, feel free.
I was looking at ordering pizza right now for 9:45.
Thanks in there.
Oh, see, I wasn't the only one who remembered.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, see, in these kind of spaces, we all come with what we need, right? So. All right, okay, I'm excited.
Can I make a pizza comment right now really quickly?
You want to pause all this,
No,
all this momentum?
I'm ordering 2 pizzas right now. One of them has jalapeno and pineapple on it. One of them has everything else. Sound good?
What is everything else?
Right. Everything else, I don't know, it's a deluxe. Bacon, pepperoni, sausage, ham, mushroom, cheese, onion, basil.
Get 3 just in case, I'll catch you.
You can all chip in too, right?
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I won't be asking all of you to chip in. Last one, just straight cheese. You know, straight
Good idea.
cheese. Okay. You know, straight in, straight in.
All right.
I'm done.
Okay. Andrew?
I just have a quick process question. Is the committee planning on voting each one of these benefits individually? Or is the plan to wait until it's completely developed and then vote on the agreement as a whole? It might be easier for clarity to do each one individually. At least for me, it would be easier. I don't know if the attorney has any opinion on that.
Yeah, I thought, I'm happy to do them that way if that's easier. My thought was that we would kind of talk about each one, make sure, see like, okay, does that feel like the accountability things that we need for it? And then vote on it, if that would be the way that we need to do it. Is that would be helpful?
That seems fine with me.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so what we have so far, so for property management relationship accountability, we talked about,
I'm sorry,
Oh.
I have one more question about that particular one. Or do you want me to wait until you review it?
no, go for it.
Okay, I was wondering, is that somewhere where a clawback goes?
Well, I would think the clawback part conversation would
Yeah.
probably come around, I would think that either would come around lower AMI, if that's what we wanted to tie it to.
Okay.
And or maybe somewhere else, because I think it would go back to the ownership and not to the property management.
That makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So the things that we have so far is thinking about accessibility, like, so ways, making sure that residents are able to make requests around ADA improvements without penalty. And I think also we would, and also in a timely fashion. So we also wanted to, or I put forward, I'm just putting all of these in, and then if people have an issue, you could say, not penalizing, something around if the resident council decides that they wanted to organize in a different way than what is kind of being proposed, that there wouldn't be penalties for those residents that would do that. And then also that there be a reasonable timeline for maintenance concerns to be addressed, as well as ongoing and clear communication around that. Are there other things that we would want to kind of talk about within there?
Or, sorry, this might go into, the tenants can advocate for capital changes. Does that go, that's,
Yeah, I put it next to the resident, whatever we call that group. that I would think-
yeah, so not like that, that's not gonna go under property management accountability, right? That's gonna go under resident governance committee, okay,
That's what it sounded like.
yeah,
Yeah, that- okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Desiree?
Mhm.
Your second bullet about sort of when residents, they can choose to organize differently. Can you just help me understand what the idea is there?
So this was, so depending on the different kinds of ways that tenants might organize, so they might want to like organize as their own resident tenants organization, which would be separate from ownership and the property management team.
Mhm.
So, you know, let's say it wasn't a great relationship and things weren't working out, and they wanted to maybe make different kinds of demands, or, you know, talk, you know, whatever, organize, just like not in those meetings, that they wouldn't be penalized for deciding to do that. Even though right now we've been talking about has included property management in the ownership team. And I think that a lot of the things we've talked about have been like ways to make that like be a strong, you know, making sure that they have some guidance and resources for that. But if they decided to do something different, I just wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be, you know, retaliation or anything like that. Because that was also talked about in some of the documents that Lisa shared.
Okay, okay, I just wanted to make sure, I don't, maybe I'm thinking about it differently. I don't know, I can't think of like a resident organization. You're saying if they said, you know what, this 3-grouped organization isn't working, we, the residents, want to just like have our own meetings and then bring concerns another way. Is that kind of what you're saying? Okay, I don't think they would be prevented from doing that. I'm trying to think about like a circumstance where they'd be prevented from doing that, like legally. I think they can, right? Like,
No, for sure, they
you're
definitely
saying-
can. This is just more for like that they wouldn't then get retaliation from, like, so it's like, oh,
Yeah.
those folks, and now we're not gonna
No,
fix
that-
their
the
seat.
lease isn't.
Like how when you try to unionize with your work and your boss is like, actually, everybody's getting like extra hours or something.
Yeah.
Unless you unionize.
Yeah, so then it's like, oh, now those maintenance concerns go unchecked, or, oh, we're not going, so things like that. Or, oh, you know, their group was using the community space every Wednesday. Well, now we're not gonna, you know, approve that request. So that's just like some examples of making sure, yeah.
What I wanted to clarify was, when you were saying organized, so their multifamily housing can be organized in lots of different ways, like there could be, this isn't a cooperative, for example,
Mhm.
but
Oh,
I
I
wanted to make
see.
sure we weren't setting some sort of precedent that residents would say like, we don't like living in an apartment and we want to sort of like make this something else, and doesn't work, and that's not what you were saying, I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Um,
No, this is just,
But if
yeah,
it's
it's
like
more
red-
this, yeah.
engagement committee type stuff,
Mhm.
that makes sense. Okay.
Mhm. And this is why it's for the property management accountability piece.
Sure. Sure.
Because,
You're really trying to ensure that there's no negative
Consequences.
retaliation from
Mhm.
property management as a result. Okay, understood.
Mhm.
That's it. Thank you.
great. Steve?
Question for Mr. Barr. Is that legally defensible? I mean, the recourse for tenants is the agreement that they have in the lease. And so if this is put into this, you know, if this scenario does come to light, what weight would this have in determining the outcome of that? Or will it just strictly revert to the lease in terms of what people's responsibilities and rights are?
Well, that's a very good question. As I've been thinking about, you know, my notes and different laws that overlap on some of these particular sections. And the hardest one for me to grapple with is that retribution for the tenants for some other type of organizing. Because the other areas, frankly, there are clear laws that we run into much more often. The biggest, hammer or clawback we put in the agreement is, pulling a pilot. But then that also has the repercussion of affecting the affordability of units. The best thought that I can put forth with regards to kind of relationship between a tenant organization and the management and ownership would be some type of mechanism for there to be open meetings between the two, and potentially, if we're worried about for the example of not being able to use space, that formal groups would, have a priority to use those spaces. And that could be put into the overall agreement. Enforceability is kind of tricky. And particularly some of these examples, I think that have occurred in the past, they can be softer and harder to prove. Looking at our list with regards to repairs and maintenance, there are laws with regards to the property maintenance code. There are fair housing laws. There are a lot of things that play into that. The timeliness, I'm not up on top of my head. I don't think that's as much of, that's something that we could certainly probably drill down in, having some specific timelines. Accessibility upgrades, I think would be covered under the ADA. So the American with Disabilities Act. I'm not sure over and above that what we would want or could do, but if a tenant does want or need upgrades, I believe that's covered in that act. They have that.
I just think that in practice, that people are dissuaded in different ways, or that it doesn't get completed within certain time frame and things like that. So
Can I,
just anecdotally, I know that that's been an issue, so.
so just to let everyone know what the city's position is when it comes to property maintenance. Anyone who has a complaint about their landlord must give them 10 days and written notice their landlord in order to make the repairs. If not, the city will come out and inspect. And then if we find errors, the tenant can actually pay the rent to the city. And we will hold it in escrow funds so they can actually make sure good faith effort to do that. That rarely happens. I think there's a lot of people who are concerned about going that far with their landlord, rightfully so. But there is certain rules that we have on requirements like 10-day notice and things like that, that actually are written in the city code based on what the state allows us to do through the property maintenance code.
Maybe, that was the other thing, actually, I'm glad you said that, because that reminds me of, although this might be under the governance committee too, but we had talked about like the kind of handbook and things that would be going in like a communications piece. And I think that like that policy you just talked about, Joe, would be a really good addition to that. As well, that specific like what you can do. So.
Can I ask a quick question? So the tenant rights, expectations, those protocols apply exactly the same to the situation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then the landlord is the management company.
Landlord is the owner.
Landlord is the owner. Oh, that's, how could I forget? Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
So then that's who needs to be addressed through that 10-day process. Joe, is what you're saying, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why it's in, the owner's, be best, interest to have a good relationship with their property management. So the property management's not setting them up to have a lot of disgruntled residents.
Okay.
It all goes back, it goes back to the owner.
Okay.
Property management can get involved, but
Okay, so that sounds, is that feel like complete for that? Are people feeling good about those things? So then what more like specific things do we need to give you? Or will you kind of say, okay, I'll take these things and I'll figure out what is legally, you know, possible? Or did you said something about drilling into the timeliness, so should we kind of give a couple of ranges that we want to look at, and then you'll figure out the legality of them?
Well, the more specifics you can give me about what you want, the better I can try and craft something with. And 'cause right now, I do struggle with how to draft something with regards to accessibility upgrades, you know, that because we already have the ADA. What over and above that could the city compel the landlord or other companies to do, that, you know, to comply with the law that they should be complying with them.
So it sounds like the concern is like not so much that it's. What I'm hearing is that like we're sort of at, like, this is a kind of a redundant thing because it's already in the like existing laws, and so maybe we don't need it in this one because there isn't really a way for it to be enforced beyond just enforcing the ADA as it is.
If there's something more over and above those that I can better understand, then perhaps I can. But on those points, you know, we already have laws. They may not be perfect, but they, you know, that's what we have right now. And
So could we add like a, you know, more of like a time and communication piece to it for the resident? Would that be something?
the more specifics you can give me, then the better off I could.
Okay, so, you know, like saying like if someone puts in a request that it would be installed within, I don't know, what seems like a good amount of time, 2 months?
I wonder, oh wait, like for this is specific to the accessibility request, right? One thing, and maybe you can speak to this in terms of your experience with it, this might be a soft kind of goal too, or whatever, however we're thinking about that, but one piece of this, I think, is like the communication protocol. So I think sometimes like some things are going to take a long time, especially post-COVID in terms of construction and materials and labor and stuff. And I think sometimes what's most frustrating, clearly there's issues where somebody can't live without having an like something changed. But if it's dealable for a little bit, a lot of times the frustration is just not knowing and not feeling informed. And so I wonder if there's some things we can put in there about like, you know, a response within 24 hours that explains what the next steps are and what the resources are and what's going to happen. And then a follow-up within like 48 hours after that asks, now that we've explained this to you, do you have any questions as a resident, and do you need someone to come explain this to you? Or things like that, where, so that the person at least feel, because we can only control so much in that situation. And so what can we assure them a sense of control over the situation? And then if there's an issue, then they have this other thing to go to that's more of a tenant organization that then can advocate if need be. But so that could be a way that we could be kind of specific, at least with the initial launch of some sort of request, yeah, that might be outside of the existing laws already. Maybe that's something we should look at.
And I was just gonna say, like, I was thinking time, and I was like, at first I said 2 months, but now I'm thinking 1 month. I mean, realistically, a lot of these, the kind of, you know, enhancements that people would be asking for would already, again, it's already part of the law, it's already would be part of things that I think they should be prepared to do if requested, so.
And I would hesitate to just, I mean, maybe what we also request is an assessment, a publication that is an assessment that the public can access about what people can expect. So like, let's say you need shower bars installed. You can expect this to happen in, 48 to 67 hours or something like this. And then that's public for people so that they know what they can expect without, I worry about saying, like, I have zero idea how long this stuff takes. So I don't feel like maybe we should be deciding what those increments are, just that there's that somebody else has to do the work to make it publicly accessible for people to know what to expect and then have something to hold them accountable to.
Yeah, so kind of, yeah, so like a menu of like, here's the different things and here's what you can expect, how long it can take. Kyle, does that seem like something you already have or something y'all would be able to do?
I don't believe we have a menu like that. And I honestly couldn't tell you sitting here, like, what's a reasonable time frame for grab bars, for example, if you grab bars in your shower. Theoretically, somebody should have them, but again, in COVID time, somebody has to order them. What if it takes 2 weeks for them to get there?
Yeah.
So I don't quite, and the number of things that you could be including on this menu. Now, if it's just accessibility accommodations, that's a much smaller list. If it's like you need a replacement of anything, it's windows, it's sinks.
Yeah, I was thinking accessibility for the accessibility.
That's what I was thinking, too,
Yeah.
specific, just because, yeah, we could go into the
Yeah.
weeds with this, like.
Yeah, for sure.
I think informing people that they would have a response on their request within a certain number of hours, and then like a not to exceed time to actually install the item with with sort of the caveat that they will be provided an update in a certain amount of time if that's going to be exceeded, because there's stuff you can't foresee. In my experience is that just sitting here today, it seems like you could say like, oh no, somebody could definitely get you a response in 24 hours. That's really fast. I think it's got to be like a week to respond. I know that sounds like a really long time, but it'll go from a resident to a property manager who, if it's easy, can turn around and give them a response. Let's say it's complicated. They probably have to go to a supervisor who has to get back to them. So you could lose 2 or 3 days, no problem.
I
So
was
just thinking like 1 week response, and then it's installed within 15 business days or something like that. Or at least by the 15th business day, they have another update. Like there's no more than that much time passes. And I don't know if that gives anybody comfort, but that's just my off the cuff sort of knowing how some of this stuff works. And not setting it up to be a complete failure from day one because we can never turn a bunch of requests.
Because it's unrealistic, yeah. And maybe, I guess I didn't mean like there's gonna be a resolution in 24 hours and we're gonna tell you what it is. I just meant like people don't, how do we avoid a sense of neglect?
Yeah.
So it's, you know, and then also the opportunity to consistently reaffirm, we got this, obviously, like they could be automatic, but like a real person saying, we got this. Here's a few resources to read up in the meantime, and then let us know if you have any questions. We're gonna address this within 15 business days from now. If you haven't heard, if it's not addressed, then you'll hear from us in 10 or something like that. So not that it's resolved, just that it doesn't, I've definitely been the recipient of sitting on something that to me was like very important and the other party was not important, and it wasn't intentional. It was just because they were busy, but I didn't know that. You know, everybody's gone through something like that, but I think especially as a tenant, you start to kind of freak out if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I really like the idea of just giving like communication, like not even updates or specifics, just like, yeah, we got your thing. Even if it's an update that's like, yeah, we don't know what's going on, like that's still better than like just sitting and not doing anything.
Question.
Question.
You want me to-
Yeah,
First,
just
Mr. Barr, and then you, John, just like.
Just curious if there are any market trends in units, complexes with this type of size of how things are handled now with complaints. Is that something that, like old school paper or walk into the office, or is everyone paying rent online and communicating online? That some of that information could help frame this.
That's a good question.
That's for Kyle, if you have any of that detail. I know you're not a management company.
Yeah.
I've lived in, for what it's worth, I've lived in like 4 separate apartments in the last 5 years, and every single one of them, like, one did check, one did like cash money order, and one did online stuff. It feels like, I know it's like one sample size, but it just seems like wildly like varied depending on like who's doing it.
For how payments are collected?
Yeah.
Well, I
And
think
that's
you were
what-
talking about market trends first, about how complaints are first submitted. So like, what's the protocols
Oh,
Yeah.
that happen, right, in the, like,
Yeah. So
yeah.
So there's a management portal typically, so it can be done electronically if that's the question. It can also be done by talking to the property manager, but I think nowadays as things have become more and more electronic, it's easier and more central to submit a request that way. The problem is then people go, where did this land? So usually you have multiple ways to do it. Electronic is the most streamlined. Are you thinking about like having a ready-made sort of response from that?
Well, if there's something that this is where the trends are going, you pay your rent through this portal and you make your complaints through the portal. And this is how the portal normally works, that may help give some comfort, and we could give some metrics that we could put in an agreement by something that's already, maybe in place. I don't know.
John,
Thank you. So a couple questions for Kyle. Do all buildings have, this is ADA related. Do all buildings have an elevator?
The senior building will have elevators. The family buildings are walk-ups, so they have they're 3-story buildings with stairs.
So what happens if in the walk-up building, somebody becomes wheelchair bound?
We have to make accommodation. I mean, typically you would put somebody who's in a wheelchair on the ground floor. You have ground floor entrance.
I mean, but they're already on the 3rd floor, so you'll relocate them?
If that was required, yeah, we'd relocate them.
Okay.
You can't retroactively install an elevator, or you would.
I understand that. That's why I was getting at. I mean, something happens and all of a sudden, or crutches, and I don't know. I mean, crutches are a little bit easier, but a straight wheelchair person who can't walk up the stairs anymore. I just wondered how you handled that.
I think that's a really good point, even thinking about people who have maybe slightly limited mobility, and if you're going upstairs, up and downstairs with groceries or something heavy, is there any feasibility of putting in an elevator in the other building?
It's 5 individual buildings. They can't.
Oh, that's
It's just-
right. That's right. It's not, I forgot.
Unfortunately.
That, yeah.
And I also assume there's more than one elevator in the senior home,
There are multiple elevators in the senior building.
because otherwise you lose an elevator, then many of your residents couldn't get up to their apartments.
Oh,
Okay.
there's
That's it. I've lowered my hand. Thank you.
I believe that all the ground floor units in the 5 family affordable will be accessible to the ground floor. So
That's correct. I mean, they would have accessible entrances. Yes.
all right, so then we have a sense of a communication timeline. I just added this to what I'm under handbook, maybe is the thinking about the accessibility enhancements timeframe menu that Lisa was kind of talking about a little bit. So does that kind of answer then what you need, Mr. Farr? Those kind of timeframes that we were talking about. So Kyle was proposing within a week. And then what was it?
Yeah, I'd say a response to the request within 1 week, and then I was initially saying like the target for completing it would be 15 business days. But I think you say it's either target for completing 15 business days or another update, some kind of touch base, which is basically 2 weeks after the initial, 2 weeks after the initial request.
And then, oh, sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
This is what I jotted down. Residents can request accessibility improvements and have a response within 1 week and have the amenity installed within 15 days or receive further communication regarding the update.
Can we deal with just the initial communicate, like the 1 week to me, I get like a bounce back email, like immediately after filing the request. I know this seems so tedious, I'm saying it out loud, but just in terms of a sense of humanity, there is like within a day, within 24 hours, a confirmation that, hey, we're looking into this and we're gonna make sure that we resolve it. It doesn't have to be solved, but it should be personal, I think. So that's my only addition
Mhm.
to this, whatever.
Yeah, so it's- so
three-tier
so
system
receipt-
for.
So like at least a receipt email within 24 hours, a communication about the process or what to expect within a week. And then, yeah,
I think we can do that. We will certainly strive. Part of my hesitancy just is that I don't work for the property management company, and some of this will be sort of how their processes intertwine with ours. And I just don't know the level of detail about some of these things. Is there already an automatic email? Like, it seems like it'd be easy to do, but I don't want to sit here and tell you guys, yeah, that works, and then find out that actually is going to be a big. That's the only reason I'm hesitant. But
so how about, can we extend it to 48 hours to give a little bit more flexibility for their
But
process
you might
being a
want
little
to,
slower?
you might want to say business days. I mean, somebody files Christmas Eve, it's a Friday or something, or Thursday. And so, I mean, from a realistic
business
business
days.
standpoint, you ought to look at it as business days. And I don't think somebody ought to not get bent out of shape if they don't get an answer over Saturday and Sunday. But
Mhm.
another matter, if they send something on Monday, 48 sounds reasonable to me, especially if that's in the expectation, the rental page says we will get back to you with an initial response within 48 hours, 2 business days. That to me makes more sense.
Oh, yeah, business days sound good to me, sound fine. Yeah,
And,
Alright.
and of course, Kyle can say he doesn't interact with it, but the company, the ownership of the units can make that a requirement on the management company they hire. So that's a bit of a cop-out. In other words, they can enforce on the management company what the rules will be if we agree with the owner of the building what the rules should be.
Yeah, thanks for that, John. I think that's what we're trying to talk through now, right? So that was helpful for that one. And then were there other ones that that we needed to kind of talk about more?
It's not clear to me what the list is at this point.
So we had the accessibility, we had the not being penalized, for change, no retribution, retaliation for tenants organizing outside of the committee. And then we talked about this communications, I guess we can see like this communications plan we talked about can follow along for the same thing around the maintenance concerns timeline.
So we're proposing the same timeline for communications around accessibility enhancements and just regular repairs. So if somebody has a faucet, that's on the same timeline as getting somebody accessibility for a wheelchair.
That's not how I was taking it.
Yeah, how would you want to do it?
I guess I was just thinking about seeing them as. I think, I don't know. I was just thinking about accessibility. When I was thinking about time boundaries and deadlines, I was only thinking about, because it's a lot different. If you have a flooded bathroom, it better be faster than 5 days, like.
If you have a burnout light, there's a number of things where if you a burnout light bulb is actually a bad example because we just have a lot of clothes on hand. But if you have a relatively minor maintenance item that is on back order, for example, or just whatever, it's broader maintenance is going to have a lot more
Variability, yeah, and prioritization too, because whoever's managing, the 2 people running the place are gonna have, or the 4 people are gonna have to be dealing with prioritizing people's needs anyways. So I was just thinking specific to does you mean communication, you mean like a handbook more generally about the communications?
Well, I was saying, no, what I was saying with the timeline, I was saying like the communication within the 2 business days that, hey, we got this and we're making moves on it. But the point about like what the different things would be made total sense. And I don't think it's like necessarily have to have that, you know, you would want them to have the plan for something that's kind of an emergency maintenance
Yeah.
situation right then, you know.
Yeah, I'm assuming that those protocols exist within the management company. Yeah,
Mhm.
but I do appreciate, and I just want to reaffirm what John, I do appreciate you saying that, John, about just that we can, you know, negotiate with the Kyle and you and all, you know, the developer, like, it is probably more realistic than we think for you guys to put some limit or some requests onto the management company. I know they could walk away from you, of course, but
That's true.
Yeah.
It's just, I also want to be cognizant, like how many, I don't know how many more requests or like how we need to prioritize all this, but I
Yeah.
think that's John's point's fair. I mean, you can
Okay.
say you guys need to respond from today. And is what we need to do. That
Yeah.
will be part of an onboarding with it.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. Anything else for this one? Or, because then. Do you, yeah, go ahead, Steve.
I have a question for Joe. Does NISTA or HUD have any rules or guidelines dealing with this kind of issue? If there's repeated delays in repairs, do they have any language in those programs stating that they won't pay vouchers and things like that? I mean, if it's just a renter saying, I'm gonna put my rent in escrow, that's one thing, but if this is based on a government subsidy, then is there language in those programs?
So. Yes, and the and with that is, if a unit is flooded and inhabitable, we will come and condemn the unit with, I mean, we tell everyone you have to give the landlords 10-day notice to do, you know, maintenance and everything like that. But if a unit is flooded and it's not safe to live in, we will just condemn the unit, and then the landlord has to figure out where to put these people. And so it's, the city has a lot of control. We can condemn a unit at any point. And so, yes, but the city has actually more control than MISHDA and HUD, because we have the ability to go in and actually shut a unit down. We have to do. We have some units right now that are inhabitable, and they've been inhabitable for a year, and the landowner is really upset about it, but they're not safe to live.
I guess I'm looking at that gray area where it's not condemnable, but it's a continued more than an inconvenience to the tenant, but a nuisance, right? We have nuisance laws for lots of different things. I mean, is there anything within those programs to say that the federal government is not going to issue those vouchers if that is a continual problem?
The biggest problem that we have is everyone's opinion of a severe issue is different. So at Chittister Place, we would get for about 3 years a monthly complaint that the landlord would not give them the television remote in the common room. That is not a life or death or property. That's a whole nother issue, right? And so everyone's level of tolerance is different. And so that's where we have the condemnable versus not, and sometimes people get upset when maintenance needs to be done, but it's not a condemnable unit, and we don't want to kick somebody out if we don't have to, but if it has to be done, it has to be done. So it's always kind of a fine line, and it really is different to every single person, because the one person who's playing on the TV remote did not have a TV, liked to watch their TV, and it was very, very angry about it. So there's, and then also, as it comes to the city code, no one is required to provide a stove or fridge in the unit. That is something that a landlord can require the tenant provide. Now, I believe through HUD, there's a whole different set of rules. And so there are differences in the standards, but essentially if HUD were to cut off payments of vouchers, right? They have to take time to do that. I'm sorry if I just spoke in circles and didn't make it much sense, but I hope it did.
No, most of this doesn't make sense. It's fine. It's not. So, And the other thing I was just gonna say too, that might go under this is, as we think about what things would be in this handbook, you know, like we talked about a couple of things, and so I'm just kind of pulling those as we talk about them for this section. But if there's not any other additions to that, then can we vote on that one?
So if I could read this back,
Mhm.
because it has to be clear what is going into the
Yes.
agreement. So I have, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I have 4 items under property management accountability. 1, residents can request accessibility improvements and receive a receipt of communication within 2 business days and receive response within 1 week and have the amenity installed within 15 days, or further communication will be provided on the update. The second is residents would not be penalized for forming a resident committee in a different manner than suggested by the owner property manager. The third, residents may request for repair and expect that repairs be made in a timely manner and be communicated a timeline for repair. And then this one's a little bit fuzzy for me, but the tenants be provided a handbook. Is this like a tenant's right handbook? Or just,
I think that was the handbook that was talking about the estimated times, but I
Yeah,
also
I
love
think,
that idea.
I think it was a couple of different things we had talked about before too, which I can look at my notes. We had talked about different information, but we wanted to also, there's things that already they're supposed to provide.
Mhm.
But then we also were talking about information about elected officials, and a couple of other things, which I can find when we actually finish what's in there. But there are a couple of things that I think that were in addition to what the city already mandates be provided. And we also talked about how folks on this committee haven't gotten those things, so.
It would be, I'm sorry, were you about to?
Oh, I was just gonna add, since I see you writing things down right there, like voter registration possibly.
that's already should be
Yeah, see,
provided.
I don't even know what's in the things.
Yeah.
I think that's what-
So it's just like another, you know, making it more direct in here, but that there would be some things that might be in addition to what's already included. So yeah, those are the 4
We'll take
things
time
that I
later
also
to
have.
discuss that.
Andrew.
Sorry. And are you saying that in a little while, we'll talk about that more thoroughly
Well, we need to, if we're voting on this needs to be developed
Addressed.
before we vote on it.
before?
Okay, so let's look at, hold on, let me find my notes on the things that were gonna be in
Can
there.
I start with one suggestion? Is publishing the CBO agreement and also in plain language for people so that they understand that this has been part of a process. It's the first time it's been done, and these are sort of the things that have been negotiated, and that they have access to those things. So like a PSA.
CBO info, that makes sense.
Can we get a little refresher on what's supposed to be in the packet that people receive already legally?
It's a, I think, 150-page packet,
Hmm.
pretty in-depth, in-depth about tenants' rights and voting and many things. Except for it doesn't have any of the actual tenant protection that the city actually offered, which is amusing.
Can we have that stuff?
Yeah, so we talked about, yeah, that what the tenants can do, right, for the
We give them
escrow.
a 250-page book instead of 100.
We can provide anything. I was just interesting for me because this staff has ever been asked to actually put their input in what should be in there. We do have a lot of things in the building department that actually are tenant protections that would be very useful for everyone. And so I found it kind of interesting. That it was never put in there.
Yeah, I think that.
I'm sorry, what was that? I'm sorry, step up. What was not in there that you thought were?
Any of the city's tenant protection policies and rules and regulations.
That's a great thing to put in. Are you willing to provide those?
Yeah, we have them all. I'll compile them and get them. And it's just one of those things where it was never put in there.
Yeah, and then I was looking at this, we had handbook tenants guide, the city literacy. Which I think was around like city council.
Permissions.
So perhaps if it reads this way, tenants be provided the handbook created by the city, a copy of the community benefits agreement and other tenant protections provided by the city. And that upon payment of the pilot, the developer / owner must submit an affidavit that that was provided to all tenants.
That sounds good to me. Oh, the only other, I don't think that within the stuff from the city, it has the elected official information.
It's in there.
It is in there? Okay.
Is there a way to include language to guarantee that this stuff is provided to future tenants that?
Well, that would be the affidavit
affidavit?
upon pilot, the pilot payment. So they would have to say that all tenants were provided this through the year, all new tenants.
Mhm. All right, that sounds good. Thank you. All right, so can we vote on?
Desiree, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before we go, just one little clarification I want to make. There was something that Andrew said earlier, which was about the form of you said if the residents choose to organize in a way different than dictated by the property manager and the owner, I think it should say like, other than how it's outlined in this agreement.
Okay,
Because we're not, that's something that this group is really trying, I just want to be clear that that's not our
Mhm.
idea anyway, or that's not our push, that's this committee's push.
Mhm.
I don't want to confuse those two things, that's all.
Mhm. Great.
okay, so that would now read residents would not be penalized for forming a resident committee in a different manner than outlined in this agreement.
All right, can we do a vote on that?
There'll need to be a motion to approve with a second.
Oh, yes.
Motion to approve the, like.
And then is it a roll call vote? I think
Yeah,
our-
we'll do a roll call just to. Desiree Simmons,
Yes,
Lisa Volker,
Yeah.
Tegwin John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes, 2 absent.
y'all, okay. So then on to the second one, which I know we talked about a lot, the last one, which is the more units at the lower AMI. And so for this, we talked about adding adding 10 more units at 40%. AMI adding 10 units at 50% AMI. We talked about having more units at the 1 and 2 bedroom for those additional apartments. Although we didn't specify an amount, and I don't know if we need to, or that might, if that's helpful for Kyle or whatnot, but and then adding, if we wanted to, the affordability clawback. So where, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to have a question of clarification about the clawback. Can that go in other places too? I know you sort of answered that earlier, but I just wanted to be sure about what, like, if anything that you can show didn't happen, right?
Yeah, so you're saying that like if any part of the CBO or the CBA was it vacated, like if they don't do it, that this can go into effect.
Okay, so so we're talking about the clawback for the whole the whole agreement, not just the affordability part? Or I'm sorry,
No, don't
I might not be
apologize.
understanding it exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was understanding it in terms of thinking about the clawback being specifically around the affordability piece, since that seems to be probably the biggest area, but I also can see if we wanted to have it be its own thing and think about what it means for the different the whole parts of the agreement, so. None of it is-
I'm pro, like, just thinking about it, applying to stuff as we go through it, and if we see a spot that we can stick a claw back in, it seems great, but if it's not as relevant, then like, just skip it.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. A clawback, so like, is it realistic for us to, let's say, like have 3 clawback clauses in this? Or is it something that's like a one universal clawback that addresses A, B, C, and D?
Mr. Barrett?
My thought with regards to enforceability on this and frankly, even thinking back to the first section that we went over. And the relationship and potential liability of the city of having this type of agreement, what I'll probably be drafting is some type of clawback. And I'm happy to have suggestions from the committee or different levels of clawback. But ultimately, I think it will be at the discretion of council what to do, and when, so that it, and I have to put something in there that where there is not any third party, no one should be a third party beneficiary towards this agreement so that they could sue the city. For, hey, the city is not enforcing these things that are separate, that could be looked at like the city's supposed to be doing more than its code and ordinances now. And some of that, I haven't really wrapped my head around all of that. I'm not sure if they have suggestions on clawbacks, that's great. But back to the primary mission, I think it's figuring out what are the benefits, to the community. And I know we've been focused on the site there, but also hopefully we can breathe life into things where showing that this is a benefit to the overall city community. And I think my personal sense, affordable housing is. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry, it probably creates more than it answers.
I know, it's like, now I'm just like, oh, well, yeah, so it sounds like that in general, that you would be putting in some clawback language as protection for the city in general. And that also saying that city council will determine what the specifics of what that clawback would look like.
They would have, that would be, if the city would initiate the action and approve the action, much like any other legal action. It would be, council's decision whether to initiate it. And then perhaps, think about the level and whatnot, but.
Well, and Andrew, sorry.
So each agreement that is created by the city between another entity has a severability clause to it. It might make more sense because if you have a clawback in there, it could actually damage the pilot and the affordability. Perhaps it makes more sense to have a fine structure if one of these agreements is violated.
Could you, so the clawback damaging affordability, meaning that if the city, if the city were to go through with clawing some of that pilot back, that would then open us up to the units becoming less affordable?
Well, it could damage the pilot, as Mr. Barr spoke to earlier, and if you damage the pilot, then the affordability piece, it basically dissolves. So it might make more sense to create a fine structure in case one of these agreements is violated.
Oh, I'm just reading. I'm trying to.
I'm reading, I know I've got a.
Well, just because I'm trying to think about.
The clawbacks
Yeah.
that I'm looking at right now.
I was.
A comment.
Go ahead, John.
I'm almost really certain that Lincoln Capital would never give up the pilot. That they will go ahead and go with whatever it takes. You're talking a lot of money if they lose the pilot. A tremendous amount of money, $28 million over the life of this project. So I cannot envision us being worried about losing the pilot, because if you lose the pilot, the city gains tremendous. I would sit here and be a supporter, even if it was being built next door. If it was full tax rate, you would find me being a supporter. The city needs that real money. So don't let losing the pilot be any concern, which would also lose the affordability, yes. But let me tell you, Lincoln Capital will not lose that $28 million for what? Basically a handful, 10%, whatever, of affordable units. So I don't think that's realistic. And by the way, I've lost you about 8 or 9 times. I lose about 2 minutes to reestablish. So don't think I'm gone for the evening. I'm really here, but I just got to get relinked. Thanks.
Thanks, John. I just wanted to make the point to you, John, that all of the units in this development are affordable, not just 10% of them. 10% of them are deeply affordable, but I don't know if that's something that you are operating under, but I hope that the affordability and maintaining that affordability is the primary benefit to this community, because I would think that Lincoln Capital is in the business of building market rate developments. So
I think John was saying that we would lose if the pilot failed, because that was part of the clawback, then we would lose affordability.
yeah, but we
Right.
gain tax revenue. So
Right, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't know what the 10 units of affordability meant. You both said it, but I didn't understand what you.
Yeah,
either of you meant.
I didn't think it was all, Kyle, fill me in. I thought it was only a certain percentage were affordable.
All projects affordable at different levels, but the whole project is affordable.
Okay, so all of them are subject to AMI percentages, et cetera.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
And the
my-
ones that
my
we had
bad.
just,
But I still tell you that I don't think Lincoln Capital wants to lose the 28 million. So, but just a feeling.
Mhm. Yeah, and so just, on that point, the units that were at 40% or close to, or the ones that are at the AMI for the city of Ypsilanti. And so we would have the percentage of that were already at 40% with an additional 10 units. And then adding the 50% AMI to in between the 40 and 60% that was proposed originally.
What are the totals for those units?
It was 10 units at 50% and 10 more units at 40%.
Right, but what were the initial numbers? Because if we're gonna write this in a way that it's gonna have to have all of them. So what is the total number for, based on what the proposal was in the first place?
We still have that, we would kind of pull that together.
Mike, they're just loading, bear with me a second.
Well, that's loading third, oh, go ahead.
I was to say, so initially, we had, in the family building, we had, the baseline is 16 units at 40%, 140 units at 60%. In the senior, it's 137 units at 60% and 15 units at 40%. And I can read the breakdown. I can also put this up on, if there's a way to put this up on the screen, Andrew, it might be easier so that everybody can look at it.
Can you email it to me?
Okay, it's not popping up right now.
Another comment?
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I know I sound like a broken record, but every time you lower the rent collected, the city gets less money. These residents are not paying their full share in the city, but it costs the city per resident already. And you just cost the city more money every time you lower the rent collected. And that bothers me. And
I remember that during the last meeting or the meeting before that, Joe, okay, so for each percentage is about $40,000, right? That for the city. So
I can.
then with
I can send
this,
you a
so
Zoom
it's
link.
2%, that would be $80,000.
I'm just like,
I'm sorry, it's.
well, okay, I could be in supportive of changing the numbers if in fact the pilot increase, the percentage of the city increased to cover that shortfall. Just don't cost the city more money. I know your motives are good, but every time you do this, you just create a bigger deficit for the city, and that does not make sense to me.
Yeah, we're there.
Mhm.
Okay.
You wanna go?
So word it that the pilot amount collected at this rent stays, that's what they pay. And okay, we're gonna lower some of these other rents, but the city doesn't have to kick in their share. That's gonna be covered by Lincoln Capital. Just my opinion.
John, I understand where you're coming from in terms of your desire for the city of Ypsilanti to be fiscally strong. And at the same time, that's just like, we are working with the nature of this kind of agreement here. We have, this process is new to the city of Ypsilanti. It's relatively uncommon in the broad scope of things. I think that it's important to keep in mind what this, the pilot program is designed for, which is designed to increase affordability in the city, which is considered a benefit and thus receives funding from the state government. So that's just the nature of the beast that we're dealing with here. And I think that the goal of coming to a good and functional agreement here by the end of this process, by the end of tonight, will leave us in a position to make stronger demands in future community benefit ordinance processes. But I understand your frustration, but I feel like some of the frustration that you are experiencing here is frustration about the overall nature of this kind of an agreement, which I don't think we have the ability to do anything about tonight.
Well, I disagree. And I think that you could fix it so the city didn't lose money if you increase or basically decrease the rent that the tenants pay. And that's what you're doing. You're decreasing the rents the tenants pay. But I would like to at least freeze what the city gets. And the city is already getting, in my opinion, a raw deal. And to make it worse and have this committee make it worse bothers me. Thank you.
And one thing, can I ask, I am not interested in continuing to have this discussion. I am excited about continuing to talk about things that we have already decided on and discussed to death at the last couple of meetings. And I would like to figure out the actual wording of this and not continue to rehash whether or not we should what the overall political, these are all bigger, broader questions that are not, I think, fit for this meeting, and I'm not interested in discussing. That's my opinion.
I think
Can I-
it's perfectly appropriate for this.
Can I,
This is what
Yeah.
we're supposed to be doing.
Go ahead, Lisa, and then I'll.
at some point, it doesn't have to be immediately, can I ask for Steve's opinion as a representative of city council? Are we allowed to, I'm not trying to put you on the spot or speak for anybody else, Steve, but I just want to hear I want to hear from you a little bit whenever is, yeah.
Within the context of this committee, these proposals are perfectly within the purview of this committee. Now, the question of whether this committee comes up with an agreement that will be passable to council and passable to other citizens who are not on this committee is something that needs to be attended to. And so I sit in a different chair than the rest of you because I have to answer to this other constituent. And so that's something about getting this through. So and we had this conversation before and you know, I said, this is gonna be a hard thing to sell to other people in the city who expressed on similar opinions to John.
So you think, so that's right, because you had said previously, like anything less than 5% you thought was gonna have a really hard time passing, and that's how we
You know,
got into the
that
conversation about.
even 5% was gonna be hard to.
That's right, and then that's how we got into the conversation about sort of advocating.
Yes.
Okay,
Right, so if that is the case, I see this as, you know, lots of people think 10% is the place to be. So they're asking for 5%. And so if you're going to, if this committee is going to give benefits that will justify to other people in the community why the city should be putting up that money, then that needs to be very clearly spelled out in this agreement.
so if 10% would make it way less affordable, or 10%, I know that that's not, I promise not to take us down this road, I'm just curious about what the, like, is 10% a realistic thing for this pilot, or
Well,
would
that would
just
be
make it
double
completely-
what they had asked for originally.
Unfortunately, it's not. The 5% request was the result of putting the project together based on what it's cost to build, what we, the unit mix is up on the screen right now, which is what we applied to Mischief for, which is, was our initial underwriting, and we aren't, in the business of doing market rate apartments. And so really, if you start to go above these restrictions, you find yourself in market rate territory. Just because
Oh, okay.
60% is the kind of the what's considered the workforce level of AMI in affordability, and above 60%, there is no longer a tax credit associated with it. It pushes it into an entirely different project, and it just unfortunately doesn't work. A 10% pilot does not work in today's financial environment for a new construction project like this, which is why we applied for the 5%, which was based on that.
And I think that one of the things is, like, to me, the conversation about the city is how much, this is why I bolded this, is whether the city is, how much we as residents of the city are willing to invest in affordable housing that is really good, that is beautiful, that is a benefit to the city, and that could have some other benefits to the rest of us. So I think that, to me, that's a big question, is like, are we willing to invest in affordable housing here, and what that looks like? And so I recognize that that's a conversation, and that some people are gonna see it purely in the dollars and cents. To me, changing, you know, if people are already gonna be squeamish about 5%, then I don't really see that 3% is going to, you know, either they were already gonna be squeamish or not. Because what going to the 3% is adding more affordability that's closer to Ypsilanti's cost of living, or AMI. And so I think that for us, like, I would like it if we kind of focus on what we want to put forward, and then we can, because later on we can think about like how we're gonna try, what it looks like to try to actually get it to be successful in terms of the vote at council. But I think of that as a different strategy than kind of coming up with what we want to get through tonight, if that makes sense. You know, because I think that that's gonna be a whole nother thing,
Yeah, that's
honestly.
that's kind of more what I was trying to say with like my comments, is that like, yeah, I totally get that, like, yeah, the city like doesn't have money, and getting a smaller pilot like that. I get like that concept, and also like those, it feels hard for me to like have that discussion and not have that turn into a whole broader discussion of like who should pay for what in the city.
And the city is not, it's not like the city is like, has been deep in the red, and, you know, I think that we also were trying to move past this narrative for the city. And I think once, taking out of consideration, some of the things with COVID losses that are not permanent, that the city is not in any worse economic shape than any other municipality. So,
I certainly disagree with that. I think the city of Ypsilanti has let a lot of employees go. City services have suffered. Police are down to bare bones, so is fire. And of course, Steve can address all this. The city is not financially as stable as it could be. And to cost it more money than the 28 million is just, this is not community benefit. I am sorry, people. I mean, worse than it already is. And so to say this committee is going to get together and make the situation worse and call it community benefit, it makes no sense. Sorry.
Can I just really ask John, tell me more about making it worse, because you're just saying that money that the city could have gained.
The less rent you collect, the less money the city gets. So as you make it more affordable, the city is.
So over a long period of time, like this consecutively, right? Or never mind. Okay, I got you. I think
I also just want to, I want to speak up here, John. There isn't a number that's 28 million. And I want to ask Joe or Councilmember Wilcoxon to tell what is the actual cost of the city? It's not 20-some million dollars over 30 years. I want someone to explain that, because we've gone over this before, but it's not that number.
Right, so at the 5% pilot, the money that, the difference between what would be collected from a market rate that collected taxes and it got dispersed to other entities, for every $1 million that was collected, $400,000 would be captured by the city. With this 5% pilot, that amount goes, all that other money doesn't go to those other entities, but we would collect 220,000.
So $180,000 a year times 30 years is
you're talking about the difference,
180. 5 points, it's under $6 million is the cost of the city over 30 years. It's not $28 million.
and it's not even cost, it's actually it's speculative could be gained, isn't.
It's tax revenue not collected
Yeah,
under another scenario that isn't financially viable.
so it's not just because it does make, because it isn't like the city is paying. We're saying there's not another opportunity that could make more money because we're gonna do this one.
It's not like there's another developer that's asking to develop this parcel at market rate, right? Like we're talking about this like imaginary market rate tax capture that has never been on the table, right? Like you guys don't build market rate apartments.
Yeah, and that's not what we would be talking about, and I wouldn't see that as a benefit to the city.
Yeah.
In terms of the housing market as it is now. So I just want to kind of see if we can get back so we can get to a vote. Now we're smelling food, but I was like, I want to be a little further. But it's fine, because I think this is all important conversation, of course, so.
Well,
Should we motion to extend?
just for numbers, I did drop out for a minute there. What you're saying is they've agreed to a certain amount of money. And if we make them have more AMIs, the city will collect less money than an agreed to amount already. So in a way, that's costing the city money. They could have made more money under the current agreement than what you're proposing.
Yes.
Okay, that makes
Yes.
sense, I gotcha, okay.
I could say, yes, it would cost the city more under what we're proposing than what they proposed. But we would have more affordable, like more units that are affordable to people who currently live in the city of Ypsilanti in order to get there. And we also, what we're gonna do now is looking at the number of units and talking about how many units would be, that this, how this would change the number of units that are on the screen.
Would you like me to show the alternate scenario then that we talked about? Does it, is that going to be helpful?
Yeah, so I think right now we're trying to figure out what the number would look like for,
So
what we're trying to put
in
forward.
the original scenario, the best way to maybe sum it up is over the two projects, there's 308 units and 31 of them, and it actually should be 32, this typo, I'm sorry I didn't make this, this should be a 7. Because you got to round up, that's my mistake. Left half. Anyway, 32 units would be at 40% AMI. Okay, so 308 units, 32, 40% AMI. This is the alternate scenario we talked about last time, and as I explained, there's like a million different iterations you could do on just this alone. But it's still 308 units, that hasn't changed, but instead, we added 10 units at 50% AMI and another 10 at 40, all to the family building. So then in this case, we've got 36 family, and we've got another 15. Oh, yeah. I was gonna show it. So you got, yeah, 51 units at an affordability lower than 60, with 41 of them being at 40.
Can you repeat the top one once more? Sorry.
The top one was 32 units.
So you said 41 units at 40%, 10
Right.
units
Yeah,
at 50.
it actually 42, because again, this, like, now that I can type up.
Oh, okay, so 42 units at 40, 10 units at 50, and then how many at 60? Obviously the rest.
Yeah, the balance, so 257.
Did you have any, I know you were asking about that, Steve, did you have any questions on that?
Yeah, I was trying to get this in my notes. You got 26 plus 10 under 60 there, you got 16 and senior. Nope, that's not my list. I'm just trying to get this worded so the 40% is, you know, unless we include this in and to say, this is what the proposal is.
Mm.
And that gives the language pretty clearly. Can we do that, Mr. Barr, in terms of just making a general statement and saying this table is the breakdown for.
And
As long as I have that table and then the change, I can kind of.
Okay, so yeah, that is the change. So you
Yeah.
just say the following table is the breakdown for.
And then the only thing I would say about this was, I know you have put it in at the same, the 20 extra units at the same thing, and I think I would like to see that balance shifted so that there's more at the 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. So should we say that now?
Yeah, and I don't have a problem. We could establish exactly what we want now. It's up to you. The only thing I'll say is that the original, because I explained this last time, just a refresher, the original 40% units, NISTA is gonna require me to keep those.
Yeah, so this is just for those,
So
the 10 extra.
the extra 20, the 10 at 50 and 10 at 40, we could weight those more heavily
Mhm.
to smaller units if you'd like.
Yes, I definitely would like to, just based on population, so like if I were looking at these numbers, so like the 50%, I would propose. Like, let's say 5 at 1 bedroom. I would just do like 5 at 1 bedroom, 3 at 2 bedroom, and then 2 at 3 bedroom, as an example.
Here, I'm just gonna copy this down here. Okay, so you were saying that this would be like 5, I believe, right?
Mhm.
Um,
3 and then 2. And then for the 40%, the wait, okay, so this is, those numbers don't add up necessarily, but like, so for the 10.
it's gonna do something else, sorry. Let's show you what we had before.
Mhm,
Off the right. So we can't go below that. We can't in any one state.
Mhm.
That has to be at least a 2, that has to be a state, that has to be at least a 6.
yeah, so I would probably add those, maybe like 6, 2, and 2. Or maybe it's, I don't know what y'all think about like the 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom, whether it should be like 5 or 6, and then 2 or 3.
That would be 16 and 2. That was 286.
Mhm.
So 6.
So make 8 1 bedroom, 10 2 bedroom, and 8 3 bedrooms at 40%. Mhm.
Yeah, to me, that makes sense, just if I like the idea of people being able to live on their own more affordably,
Mhm.
doesn't,
Mhm. So yeah, that balance would look good to me. All right, any other things on? Oh yeah, do we need to extend? Is it already? Is that great?
Yeah, you got 3 minutes until 9.
Motion to extend until 9:30.
No, I think we should just go, let's not play ourselves.
I would just say 11, just.
11, motion to extend to 11.
Thank you.
Yeah.
are we gonna schedule a pizza break?
Yeah, I was gonna, but I would like. Yes.
Yeah, no, go for it, no, let's finish that.
Let's vote on one thing and then have pizza as a reward.
So anything else for this? I think one of the things that we didn't,
We have a motion on.
Yeah, you have to.
oh, sorry, yeah, thank you. I guess I need that pizza, okay. A motion to extend to 11, do we have a second?
It was second, I just need all in favor.
Oh, all in favor? Aye.
I move that we take a 15-minute break so people can get blood sugar.
Do we have a second?
Close are we to having language we can vote on?
I second, I think we should eat first with these numbers, just because only, that would be my preference. I know that
All
I'm
in
good.
favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, welcome back. So we were just in the midst of getting ready to, we're still talking about the lower AMI piece. And I was just going to say that the thing that we hadn't, the other part that we hadn't kind of figured out was like whether we want to, we talked about this idea of like clawback, and then there was also this idea of severability. And how we would want to, if there was something we wanted to say around those. So I don't know if folks had their own preference or thoughts on that.
Could you define severability? That would be ending the AMI and affordability.
No, that would be separating parts of the contract.
Okay. To separating parts of the contract to then have different clawbacks associated with them, or to be approved independently by city council.
I'm not sure I'm totally clear on the question, but typically city contracts will have a severability clause that independent provisions, if they are not deemed enforceable, doesn't make the entire contract not enforceable. Is that answering your question, or is that?
Yes, I believe so.
So then in terms of how that impacts the clawbacks, because there was a question of whether there would be clawbacks in every clause, or if there would be a general clawback for the entire thing. So if there's a clawback for the entire document, then how does that work with severability? That just means that
The way, well,
In the event of any clawback, I would think it would need to be initiated, or the council would have to approve the initiation of making that happen. The severability of the clause and whether it affects the clawback would only if the clawback was somehow deemed unenforceable.
it seems like the prudent thing to do is to have clawback in each section where it's relevant. And then you don't have to worry about it, right?
But I haven't thought it through with that level yet. And particularly, I'm not sure, other than clawing back the entire agreement, I'm not sure how we would have a more traditional clawback or penalty, you know. It's the ultimate enforceability of the agreement is just, you know, canceling everything. And I'm not sure how to, at this point, have, you know, more gradual steps.
mhm. And I think, like, to me, I think about, like, there's some of them that I see at that level, which this one is one of those areas where, you know, the idea that if the property changes ownership, then they want to, I mean, obviously, if they moved out of affordability, then they would lose the pilot anyway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So, but I think then the thing is whether a resort goes back to the city in some way, right? Which is the what the clawback is supposed to try to do.
I don't think there's really a way for them to leave affordability throughout the duration of the bonds based on the Mishta agreement.
There's not.
Yeah, so pretty much the affordability piece will stay that way for 30 years.
I know, but I'm just saying, I think we're talking about like past that, so like, you know, because I think I remember that it was like as long as as long as the units are affordable, then the pilot is in
That's the only thing that we have.
play.
Yes, the pilot can be in play.
Mhm.
So I don't understand.
Or what you're saying is if we go through this with this agreement, they build the property. And it turns out that they have a different ratio of affordability at 40, 50, and 60%, then that jeopardizes the pilot in general. And then if that's the case, then they wind up paying market rate, paying taxes on the market rate development. Because and this is what Don was saying, is like, look, if they're in the affordability business and they're asking for a pilot, then they're gonna make sure they do what's in here, because otherwise
Mhm.
they're gonna wind up talking up a bunch of money that they've already said they can't afford.
Mhm.
So then the question is, no, I guess I don't have a question. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, because one of the other things that I'm remembering from when from Amber's public comment, and I'm thinking about, you know, as you're talking about, and John has brought up, right, concerns about cost and things of that sort, that one of the things that the clawback could do is to also try to ensure for folks that, you know, this investment is going toward what it is that we're saying it is, you know, for that long-term affordability, and that, you know, could help people feel like more confident and comfortable that they're getting, that they're not kind of jeopardizing that through the development process. But I think, to me, like, if it feels like that is too hard for us to wrap our mind around, you know, just in terms of thinking about how we want to ensure the affordability, if it feels like this is like not a thing, like, that's fine, we don't have to we don't have to like try to work it out if it feels like too much to figure out. If we want to move to a vote with the information that we already have.
Could I maybe just offer an opinion or a suggestion? So what was said earlier is right. So we already are going to need to abide by the state agency's regulations for affordability. Otherwise, they have big clawbacks on the tax credits or big financial ramifications, which we would never breach. My understanding going into the pilot agreement or the pilot discussions with the CBO was that if we were to stop upholding, say like the deeper affordability within the pilot agreement, for example, then the pilot would stop. We would no longer get the pilot. The idea of a clawback is kind of gray as far as like what gets clawed back, how much, how long, you know what I mean? But from a baseline standpoint, whatever our affordability commitments are here are also going to be backed up by the state agency who has a lot of latitude to claw back like really big dollars. So I think I just want to give, I hope that can give this committee some comfort when grappling with how a clawback could or couldn't work here, and say that there's already a really established clawback that will be subject to outside of the pilot agreement and may be less brain damage than creating a new clawback. Also understanding that if we don't uphold the affordability or any of the other requirements in this agreement, it stops.
Okay, I have two questions. First of all, for you, the MISTA clawbacks, would that be money that would just go to the state, or would that be money that they would claw back and then give to IPSI?
That's a really good question. Yeah, it's never happened before. I don't know, but my understanding is that what ends up happening is they end up revoking your tax credits, which basically means that the whole partnership ends up owing a bunch of payments to the IRS, to the federal government, and other government entities at the federal level. So I don't think that nothing related to MISTA would go to the city that I can think of.
Okay. So that might be something to think about, but a clarifying, we're having this discussion in part about guaranteeing affordability because of other projects in IPSI that have been affordable and then stopped being affordable. Can anybody give like a very short description of any of those or any of that history? And we can like look at directly how much of it applies to this.
Well, I think based on my understanding and is that the places that have lost affordability to this point, like Cross Street Village, et cetera, that those loopholes have been closed. So now, as opposed to being like a 15-year possibility, now everyone's at 30 years. So 30-year is the baseline. And so that's been kind of the update to that.
Okay.
The only thing to add is there's Chittister Place and Town Center that have been affordable for well over 30 years. And everyone, Desiree was completely correct. Everyone was 30 years. Cross Street Village was supposed to be 30 years. They found a loophole that was shut down a year after Cross Street Village was approved. So those loopholes have all been closed. And the 30 year is the minimum guarantee for any affordable project.
Okay. And we're just talking about guaranteeing that within the 30 years we're talking about, or we're talking about trying to guarantee affordability? And that's not on the table right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the question is. I mean, I think that when we talked about this before, that for this group, as long as this group owns the property, then it would be affordable because that's their business model, that's what they do. And so I don't know if there's something for if it changed hands, if there is something that we want to say.
Sorry, Steve.
That's a question I had. Does it go with the land or does it go with the owner?
It goes with the land.
Wait, what goes with the land?
The pilot.
It does?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's
Actually, for all of our pilots, it goes with the owner.
I thought that was different in this case. I thought that was like one of the huge differences here.
I'm trying to figure out where that would have come from.
So you're saying this pilot can be applied to that land, but you can't necessarily move this pilot to a different land?
Said differently, my understanding, and we should talk about this, my understanding is that the pilot agreement was the agreement that the ownership entity entered into with the city in exchange for receiving a reduction in taxes.
Mhm.
But if in 31 years or 50 years or whatever, the ownership, our current ownership group sold it to another owner, that the pilot wouldn't transfer to the new owner. But the other thing I was gonna say was where I don't know that that particularly matters, because if you sold it to a new owner and they didn't want to operate it as an affordable property, they just wouldn't receive the pilot benefit, I think, but
Yeah.
I get nervous.
Right, but this was something-
Clarify is how that impact is a fund.
But this was the conversation we had earlier in this group in terms of what happens if you sell it. And that's another loophole. So if we're trying to make this in good faith that this is going to provide affordable housing, then the city's gonna go through all this process. And you end up selling the property in 5 years.
That will still be affordable. There's no way to get around that.
Sorry, so the pilot ordinance goes with the ownership. So when I'm looking at Chittister Place, it's Chittister Place, LLC, let me read it. As a Chittister 2005 Limited Development Housing Association LLC is the recipient. So if there was a sale, city council would have to actually approve that sale and re-adopt an ordinance for this.
And re-adopt the pilot with the new owner.
Yes.
Then
But then there's rules on Michigan bonds where they can't just sell, like, there's a lot of.
Yeah, well, what I would say is the baseline rule is even if the ownership would change, that does not absolve the affordability restrictions. Those still exist for that minimum of 30 years. So it could be that a new owner acquired, this isn't going to happen, but it could be that a new owner acquires, they're still subject to the same affordability restrictions, pilot or no pilot, for 30 years.
up to 30.
Yeah, well, at least 30 years.
And it does run with the land, that?
No.
That
It's-
is,
But that's just for the bonds in terms of the funding.
that is a land use restriction, to you're correct about that. That the specific MISTA restriction is a land use restriction.
The PUD runs with the land,
Thank you.
the pilot runs with the owner,
Gotcha.
and none of this is convoluted.
No,
Okay.
not at all. Thank you.
So, and we have promised not to spend way too much time on this, but after 30 years, what are the possible scenarios that play out? Is one of them a land trust and the city can buy it and turn it into a publicly run facility?
I mean, the scenarios are sort of limitless after 30 years.
What do you guys usually do, like for your organization? I know you guys haven't, you've been around for a while though.
Yeah, well, and there are properties that organizations, ours or like ours, that will acquire further into their tax credit period, and then so like come in and buy something and then it's in year 25 or something like that, and then year 30 comes. What you can do is multiple things. One, after 30 years, it can be sold to another group. Another thing is that you can actually reapply for the tax credit program for essentially a substantial renovation. Because after 30 years, your project is 30 years old and it needs probably a fair amount of new kind of invigoration. So you reinvest through the tax credit program and you layer on another 30-year restriction to it. That's the most likely scenario that would happen, is that it would just go through the MISTA process again.
Okay,
Get a new tax credit award, you get another 30-year affordability commitment.
so in terms of your, like, I know you can't predict this, but that's kind of how you guys
That would be our,
approach the strategic long-term.
that would be our strategy, correct?
That's what happened at New Park Ridge, even though they built a new one there, but Hamilton Crossing, Sawtrail Point, pretty much Howell Creek, like every city owned or housing commission owned property went through the 30-year RAD conversion. Unfortunately, some of them were 50 years later, but that's how you actually get to update and maintain a subsidized housing.
And
And right now, you guys already own the property, right? It's just sitting there, you own
Yeah.
it.
We have a purchase contract. We have-
Yeah, they're not.
Or can you remind me who owns the property?
Owned by an individual.
The private ownership.
Private owner, yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I had that misinformed. Okay, so it's a private own, okay, all right, so the person agrees to sell, the city agrees to go through with it and use it for the purpose that you sold it for, or that they sell it for to you. Right, so it's obviously like, it's not the city's property, so. Okay,
That's the other CBO.
right.
So then, oh, Steve, were you about to say?
I was just gonna ask you in terms of, the discussion is about clawback and trying to figure out exactly the utility of having clawback in this particular clause. Is the point of the clawback to say if you don't meet this, then it goes back to the 5%? So we're negotiating going down to a 3% or even a 2%.
It's a blended 3% pilot.
Okay, so this is the mix for a 3% pilot, and if they don't meet that mix, then it goes back to 5%. Is that the point of the clawback, or?
I mean, maybe, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. I mean, or maybe there's not, or maybe we don't do it. I mean, I think it was just offered as, as a suggestion of a way, as an option. And so to me, my thing is in general, like if things don't feel elegant, it doesn't make sense, then, we can't necessarily tell the future. So there's some things that help to protect us for that. And I think that that's the idea of the clawback, that can help. But if it feels like I don't want to have us go around on it for 30 more minutes, if it feels like it's not really working for us. I feel like I would rather us kind of vote on the things that we know we already feel good about and then move on. And if we have to come back, we can always come back and, whatever, amend it.
So this clawback was brought forward via public comment at the beginning of this meeting. And
also because of earlier conversations where we were having this same conversation around like how long and 99 years, like there was all of that.
This
So
was proposed as a part of the solution to this conversation you've been having.
Mhm.
What was the intention presented along with the comment that was made? Just to maintain affordability for the 30 years, because I think that there's like two separate kind of things that we're talking about right now, one of which is the 30-year affordability and one of which is like potentially affordability past that,
Mhm.
which is something that I am more interested in, but I don't know if we've done like the legwork to have something written down at this meeting, unless we wanted to talk about it, because that would be a great benefit to the community. But there's also a lot of other stuff I think that we could approve maybe first and come back to it. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like the clawback could have many uses as an enforcement tool or as an accountability tool. And also I'm hearing like from you and like from others that like a lot more clarity is like really helpful for writing this stuff. And it sounds like we're still sort of up in the air about exactly what we want the clawback to look like. And so I would maybe think about leaving that for now, even though I do have some fears around like affordability after 30 years or like bus agreements or whatever. But yeah, I don't know if the clawback could we write a clawback that does anything past the 30-year mark? Is that what a clawback can do? Or that would need to be,
In looking at,
or does this agreement that we are crafting right now end in 30 years?
it does not end in 30 years, but in looking at how affordable housing is actually updated and maintained, if we were to require this development to do much more past 30 years, they might not actually be able to do the major improvements needed in 30 years by applying for the new tax credits. But I just look at it as if they violate the developer agreement that comes out of this community benefits agreement, they just lose their pilot. So they're not, I mean, that's like much more strong than any clawback. Typically a clawback is when the state of Michigan gives grants as like a lump sum of money to do a development. And if you don't meet these benchmarks, they claw it back. Whereas this, they don't meet the level agreement that this is, the pilot goes away.
I get that, and I think the concern, at least that I was hearing from a few of us, and maybe we're misunderstanding it, is like after that 30-year mark, is like, yeah, like, and it sounds like the most likely outcome would be they reapply for this stuff, and they need, and then that new agreement has all of those existing clawbacks in there, but there is like this unknown of like, oh, what if they don't do that? What if it gets sold off? What if a meteor hits, blows everything, I don't know, like, but we can't, you know, I understand also that we can't like answer everything.
In talking to our attorney about going back beyond 30 years, it's actually really challenging to enforce anything after a 30-year or a 30-year agreement. Even though there are certain things that have 99-year agreements, they're almost not worth the paper they're written on because and this might be a Mr. Barr question, but it's really hard to go past 30 years on the agreement. But I just think locking things past 30 years eliminates the ability to make the needed improvements that are going to be needed in 30 years. Which we want, I mean, like, we want this to be the best maintained apartment complex in the city, but in 30 years, it's gonna be 30 years old. And I'm 40 and I feel broken, so.
And I don't want to belabor, my only concern with the clawback regarding what happens after 30 years is that the low-income housing tax credit program has been around for 35 years. That's all the longer it's been around for. So it's barely been around for 30 years itself, yet it's the program that's used. But in another 10 years or another whatever, there could be another program that comes out that's much better suited to serve this down the road. And if we paint it into a box too much, we may not be able to take advantage of something better that comes along and gets developed. That's my concern, is that we don't have the full slate of options in 30 years to address the needs of the property in 30 years. I don't have a crystal ball, I don't know what those are, but.
Can I ask if anybody, Andrew, can you confirm, like, if we were to vote, what we would be maybe looking at right now? What it would be?
So that would depend on the motion. Right now, I don't speak for the committee, but from what I understand, you're looking to do a motion to approve the more units for lower AMI at the 3% with the 60%, 50%, 40%, and then that matrix as it was described with the
Number of units.
532 and the 810-8 for 50 and 40, and then the 1260-48 for the 60%. And then that is what I assume the committee's motion is going to be. In terms of the clawback, I do not know.
Okay, so yeah, without the clawback piece.
Did we vote to approve anything about property management accountability?
Yes.
Yes, that was
That one we voted on, and so now we're at,
Those pre-pizzas.
yeah. So now we're at this one, and so I just wanted to get a sense of where we are and to see whether anybody might be willing to make a motion.
Can we put the cable back up on the screen?
Yeah, I lost my internet connection earlier. Let me join.
Joe, can I ask you a question while we're waiting? I went back there to that area. I've never driven down that street, all the way down that street. And there was a lot more houses than I realized. Those people, the people who live there on the properties now, are they like, they've been alerted? Obviously, John's here with us. John, I'm not discounting you. I know your house is over there, but
Everyone in the city and the township within 1,000 feet have been notified of these meetings and of the PUD application.
development overall.
So and I'm gonna say that everyone has received at least 5 notices. I could be 4.
And they
I
don't
thought we
get
only
it.
got 3, but. Okay,
Like they're not, I just was thinking if I was over, like if I was there, it would be quite a shock. I mean, the landscape is gonna dramatically change. Is there anything that they get in terms of, like, it's just too bad, right? They own the property that's not that, and so they don't have any say over really what it is, right?
So the only one that actually has direct say, and all of them can have their voices heard, but the only one that lives in the city is John. So everyone else lives in Superior
Oh,
Township.
everybody else is Superior Township.
And so there's a lot of development plans that have started and stalled over there
Yeah.
over the many years, but the city has no say on what Superior Township does
Right.
across the border. And so the Superior Township doesn't have as much say as the city residents do.
Okay, sorry, we can refocus. I was just curious about that.
And while we're there, we can talk about the one city owner that feels quite devastated, of course. I feel probably about $250,000 loss in the value of my property.
That's what you is projected for you, John, as a homeowner over there?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I could see how that would be I could imagine living in that little area and having it be what it was for so long and having it gonna change a lot is a big deal for you.
It's a big deal for my wife and I, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I cut down so few trees as I could to just build the house. It's just in the woods, basically.
Yeah.
And even took the trees to the sawmill and made my molding out of about 5 of the trees I took down. And, you know, I mean, it's devastating for us, 33 years, but, you know, they do own the property. And like I said, if it had been a market rate building there, I think that would have been tremendous for the city. And I would have survived, but this is pretty devastating.
Steve, what was you wanted to have this back up?
The table.
Yeah, no, I was just
I
thinking
think
that.
he was just saying, let's all look at it.
Let's look at it so we know exactly what's gonna be incorporated. If Mr. Barr can incorporate that into the language for that, then, you know, the resolution would say, yeah, this is what it is. And we're approving this table, to be incorporated in.
All right, so moving.
Can I ask one more question really quick? Is it worth spending a few minutes before we do vote on this to talk about what it means for how we're gonna advocate? Or do you feel like that's just necessary in general and we can kind of come back to that? Just in thinking about like, how are we gonna at least make the argument to city council?
I would say that would come under the cover letter, presentation, logistics, etc.
Got it, okay.
Or
Sorry.
city of Ypsilanti. Yeah.
Gotcha, okay. Oh, wow, we're on number 2.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the affordability guidelines laid out on Andrew's legal pad.
Which Andrew can confirm is the same as on the screen.
Yes, that is, I have what's on the screen, but if you could just, the
Oh.
motion, if you could
me to
motion
read
to
it?
approve the AMI at 3% with the table as listed.
Okay, motion.
Well, the pilot, wait, is the pilot at 3%?
Blended 3%.
Yes. Okay, motion to approve the pilot at a blended 3%, with the table as listed.
I second that motion.
Okay.
Okay.
You need to do a roll call or?
Yeah, I'll do a roll call. Desiree Simmons,
Yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegwin John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
No.
Motion carries with 4 yes, 1 no, and 2 absent.
All right, so next we have the food pantry and free store. So I know we talked about this a bit before at the last meeting. and we talked about, I'm just looking at this here. Oh, I think one of the questions from this, actually, from the last time was about space. So were you able to kind of connect around that?
Yes, so over the last couple of weeks, I've worked with our architect. I don't know if I have a plan with me in my email, but essentially we were able to add a small kind of room that would be accessible from the outside of the clubhouse. That could be used as the free store, slash food pantry slash what, I mean, we added square footage to the building, but we were able to do it in a way that we pushed two other uses. There's like a maintenance shop and another, and we're at a package store or something like that. We're able to add some space for this free store. So we have incorporated that. What, as far as what exactly goes inside of it, I know there were discussions about refrigerator and shelving. I think my preference would be that we ultimately figure out what an operator needs. It will have the capability to have a refrigerator. And of course, the space to have shelving added, and that was something we have to figure out down the road. But we added.
But the room is
added
there.
room to the clubhouse.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Wow, yeah.
So I think, and then the other things we had around that were mostly that would be another thing that could be connected with the resident committee, and then that was for the room. So yeah, I don't know that we had, so I think for the free store food pantry, I think it was mainly the space, and then I'm just trying to think of what other things we would need to, that we would want to add for accountability.
I would just want to add that there would be an effort made to make sure that that space is it as accessible as the community wants it to be. So is that like, whether that door is unlocked for certain hours of the day, or there's like a keypad on it with like a key lock that the residents know about and can get into and out of whenever they want, that would be my ideal. I don't know that we need to like mandate exactly how people get into that room, but that it's that the accessibility of that room is determined by the residents.
One thing too is, I know that we're not allowed to suggest specific partners, but this would be an area, I think, to put in there's I agree, and I think it's cool that you guys found the space for it, but I also, what is it gonna be? Is it gonna be taken care of? Like, what are the protocols gonna be? And I don't know how much time we're gonna spend talking about that or not, but I do have just some like, if it's too nebulous, will it get used for what we're thinking? Will it serve the purpose? But then again, if we're too like if we're overly complicated about what this is, then that also doesn't really serve us. But I know Joe said that really considering refrigeration is something worth talking about, just because of the obvious issues of like food rot and things like that. And
Would it be,
Who? Do you guys need
Comment?
refrigerators in this unit?
In this, and my assumption would be with pay for the shelving and the refrigerators, whatever, but.
Whatever that
It's
is.
not clear, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever sort of furnishings or fixtures go in the store.
Is it possible for us to agree in this agreement, just to put it in there, just to say, just so that it's budgeted for, and then if people don't want it, like, that's fine, but but you agree that it's to put it in.
Yeah.
no, I just wanted to actually kind of clarify something, Lisa, because partners change all the time. And we get new partners in and new service providers, and I think it might be easier, instead of listing providers, saying that the developer will work with the city to identify providers for this. Because we're gonna know every provider, but we're gonna know the main providers for doing things like that.
And I also think, just because like there's a real difference I appreciate all of them in the city, but like Tyler takes such good, like the Love Stand downtown across from the co-op in Depot Town rather is really well taken care of. And some of the other spots like aren't as well taken care of. So, but I don't know, and I only bring that up to ask if we want to entertain any additional conversation about like why that is and put something in there, or if that's not our decision to make and it's the future's decision to make, as long as we have a little bit in there about that protected space.
I think that we had talked about, and maybe we can say something around this here, which was, it's both around like partnership as well as with the resident council. And so I think, you know, that the resident council having some responsibility around, you know, determining like, oh, this is a mess, then, you know, like, I mean, I would think that they would want to act in some way, right? And so maybe that's something to put in there, which is that the this, you know, would be one of the things that the resident council would be able to determine, like ongoing like upkeep or something, if that's what you were talking about.
Yep. Okay, cool, then I'm with you, I don't think we need like a bunch more conversation about figuring that out, but just what you said was well worded and where it was going.
Cool. Those good things. So I think we had like, just need like 3 or 4 things, so. Anything else for this one?
Can we hear what we've got so far?
So I kind of pieced together a motion, and just let me know if I'm on the right page. Move to require the owner to ensure a free store be provided with shelving, refrigeration, and outside access, and that the resident council, when and if residents choose to organize in that manner, dictate hours and manner of operation.
Very nice.
One clarification from my perspective was I think I heard we didn't know sort of what we would be furnished with. So maybe it should be like the owner will provide the furnishings and reasonable accommodations, or like something like that as determined by the operator. I'm just,
With examples, maybe
I
of
just wanna-
like,
I just wanna-
with examples of refrigerator
Yeah.
shelves, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I just don't want there to be like a situation in which people are like, you've got enough people to have a resident council, you're excited about having a food pantry. They say, we want a refrigerator, and whoever the property manager is, it's like, no, that sounds like, you know, I just want like a fridge to be written. Shelves are easy, you know, but
I don't have a problem writing it for that. I just,
I think like
Two
making
different
it
things,
open,
right?
yeah, making it more like open to like, depending on what we need in this phase. But I think being able to say including examples of these.
I'd like to make a comment, if I could.
Is it about this, or should we hear from Mr. Barr first?
And I don't really know where you're at. I dropped out twice. It's about the store, and is
Yep.
that, okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see us bar alcohol sales in that store.
Oh, we'll see if, this isn't something for sale. This is just a free store, so. there
Oh,
would be
the
no
free
actual
store. I
thing
thought you were,
there.
I'm sorry, there was an item at one time about having a, bread, milk type store.
this is a place where people would hopefully be able to get bread and milk, but nobody would be paying for it.
Yeah, people don't usually leave alcohol at a free store because people don't.
Fine.
They like alcohol. They don't.
Okay,
Yeah, so
Got it.
appreciate, okay, Mr. Barr?
Sorry. I just want to be clear on what I'm understanding, so when I draft this, that the developer will be putting interior furnishings in, but not staffing.
Right.
Just so I'm clear.
Yes, we did not, yeah. Mhm. Yes.
Yeah, because that was one issue I thought, like, is this gonna end up falling on like the person who's like the overwhelmed maintenance person, and then they have another thing to clean up, but I think it completely, like, the fact that it's part of the resident governance.
We don't, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Great, oh wait, so let's see here, Andrew just read what the motion could be. Are folks happy with that?
Wait, I'm sorry, did you reread it with that tweak that Kyle had?
Well, yeah,
So I was a little bit confused by that. So you still want the shelving, refrigeration and outside access listed?
Could it be listed as an example, like the developers,
Okay.
when, you know, property owners, whoever will provide the necessary furnishings for the room, e.g. fridge, shelf, you know, et cetera, as determined by the resident council.
So you want the resident council to determine this? I would think if you want the refrigeration, the shelving and the outside access, that should be included in the motion instead of just examples.
They definitely have outside access.
Yeah, the building, the room has
Is
outside
there,
access.
is there an issue with just saying that it's gonna get a fridge, just like every, you know, like every apartment in this
No.
place gets a fridge?
I had heard some differing opinions on whether it should have that, and my thought was just that like that whoever would operate it. Like the partner, the nonprofit partner would know how to do that, but if you want to put that in the agreement, it's. The intent of the agreement is to provide the appropriate furnishings, so I don't think anyone's gonna come back in
Mhm.
5 years or whatever and say like, you didn't provide a refrigerator when they didn't want one, for example.
Mhm.
So I'm not worried about that.
Mhm.
Okay,
I don't know, Counselor.
My question is, you know, you got a store and there's a refrigerator and it could be, I mean, without specifying what you're talking about, they could provide a mini fridge and what you really want is a double wide sliding door fridge like you know, a convenience store. And so, you know, complying with that, you know, you could put a mini fridge in there and say there's a refrigerator and you could put a shelf and say there's a shelf, but whether it's useful or not, that's. Yeah, so the question is, how do you guarantee that?
can we
In
ask
this
for,
language, and can you actually specify that?
can we ask for double doors, like?
Full size
convenience?
refrigerator.
No, I'm talking about like a glass door, convenience store type fridge. You can get them on auction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue with any of those. It's just about providing what's gonna be used, what was gonna be
Mhm.
used, so I'm not worried about that.
I think if we can ask for a glass stored refrigerator, I think that we should. I think that would make it more, would make it easier for people to see what was in it. It would make it more compelling for those who are in charge of the room to keep it clean. It would make it feel more like a place that's not like you're going into somebody else's house and like taking stuff out of their fridge. It's like a human resource.
Yep, let's do it.
So what would be the exact title of that refrigerator?
I will find out right now.
Kelvinator model 3500.
Wow, you had that off. Oh, wait, that was.
And then should you provide dimensions for the shelving?
Can it just be a commercial refrigerator?
That's a good idea, a word, yeah, commercial refrigerator.
And I feel like the shelving will go,
Commercial refrigerators also range in various sizes.
Sorry, I know we
Can it
can't
be a-
learn, but I just wanted to make sure that you.
A walk-in commercial refrigerator?
So by a glass front fridge, you mean one of those little drink fridges?
Refrigeration as seen at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, a big cooler.
It's set a budget.
They are, they're a lot of money. I'm
They are.
Making sure that the point is made.
I mean, that is an expensive refrigerator, but if the intent is to provide what you would see in like a convenience store, so you can look in and see what's in there, open the door. We can, yeah, and I mean, there's even a space question there too, as far as like, if somebody might say, well, I'd rather have more room for dry goods. And they make refrigerators that are still full height and single door, to still store a lot, for example.
How about we just make
Along with
specification, that's another thing that the resident council could determine, specification of the free store as determined by the resident council.
Are you saying specification of the refrigerator and shelves?
Yes.
Yes. They will make sure that I have faith in them That they will make sure it's not a mini fridge when they want a full fridge.
Did we put anything in the language that's like, that you guys would be willing to buy a 49 cubic foot fridge if they ask for it?
If that's, if you would like to put that specific level of detail, we can, yes.
I guess I just have, I mean, Kyle, I like you as a person, you seem really nice, but I like, just have this fundamental level of distrust with,
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I just
I know.
it's fascinating. It's like,
Is that what you-
what about the next
yeah, you're setting a very high standard.
I
here
know
of,
you
like
are.
likability, and I don't want you to think that this is reflecting on you personally.
No, that's fine, you can put the level, you're welcome to put the level of detail that you like. Just don't want it.
I know,
Corner down the road when somebody doesn't. want it.
somebody doesn't want it, I know.
Somebody who's not
I mean, I think this is also like gonna be reflective of like our like other problems that we're gonna have in here, right? Like we can be as specific as we want, but eventually we're gonna have to like.
We just need to come down one way or
So
another.
there is gonna come down the way it is, that's why I would just propose just either put like commercial.
Commercial, yeah,
right,
just say
or something,
commercial.
But
That's okay.
otherwise we're gonna be here for even longer,
I'm-
right?
Right.
We are gonna be.
Instead of commercial, why don't we just put a budget on this? So we could say $8,000 or something like that, that the resident committee can work with that money and.
Oh, that's not
Okay.
$8,000. It's gonna be the best free store in Gibson.
It's gonna be nice.
It's gonna be,
Maybe it could be considered badass.
All right, can you update us on what the motion could be?
Okay, so this is what I have. Move to require the owner to ensure a free store be provided with shelving, refrigeration, and outside access. And then the resident council, when and if residents choose to organize in that manner, dictate hours and manner of operation and specification of the shelves and other amenities of the kitchen of the free store within a budget of $8,000.
seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Voice vote, voice vote.
Oh, you did roll call, sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, that's all right. I kept saying voice vote too, so.
I think that's what we're doing.
Desiree Simmons,
Yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegwin John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes, 2 absent.
All
You
right.
got yourself a new refrigerator.
All right, now we're on to on-site tutoring community space. And so, things that we had, we talked about with this, having a space that, where community, organizations or groups would be able to, reserve, space for community events. And we also talked about having, I'm just looking at these notes, I might have to be reminded of some of the specific, having, a staff on site, paid or volunteer. We also talked about this as possibly a connection with the resident committee. And then also, although I think this tutoring for a local nonprofit could be another community group that could, host in that space. So, are there other things that we wanted to talk about in terms of this space in particular? Oh, we did actually, wait a second. We actually talked about, we did talk about a lot of specific things. So, oh, actually, we already did this one. We talked about outreach to organizations to happen within a certain amount of time. I have 3 months. We had a calendaring process set up. We said we wanted to see X number of community meetings in them. We talked about what people would need, and so a survey, we talked about doing a survey of the residents around what they would want to see in that space. We talked about, we talked about being able to put info in the leasing about these resources that would be available, like the free store, pantry, as well as on-site tutoring. And then, we talked about the connection with the resident committee. And the designated space, which we've already now talked about, so. Are there other, those were what we talked about last time in terms of some accountability pieces around this space. Are there other things, or we can also figure out what some of those numbers are?
Yeah, I was wondering, the budget made me think of, we talked about, oh no, wait, that was the actual group of giving a starting budget for them, that's right, but the, do we want to talk about anything in there with like who's gonna, I know Kyle, you identified at least 4 roles will be staff. But who's gonna actually run that space and coordinate, and is it realistic for us to think that the project manager on grounds is gonna be able to do that, and can we write that in, or how do we deal with the coordination of that space?
Coordination of third-party groups who are coming and using it at certain times.
Right, yep.
It'll be one of the property managers. It'll either be there will be a property manager and there will be an assistant property manager. It will be the combination of the two of them.
Right.
That will be coordinating that, because they'll also have to coordinate with residents if the residents want to use it at a certain time.
Or birthday or something, okay, so it's reasonable then for them, for that to be part of their role.
That will be part, yeah, that is reasonable to have that be part of their role, but it will be them and not the, like, municipal, for example.
Right, okay.
I also, I heard something about a time frame of 3 months from this, at some point to like.
Yeah, we were talking about like when to do the outreach, and I know we kind of talked a little bit at that point about like how long it would take for it to be full, et cetera, some of those.
I would, if there are, I think this applies to this and maybe the resident committee too. I really think we need to think about the first year is going to be finding all the people who live here.
Mhm.
And that's going to be the property management's main focus, and really should be like to bring the community in. And so I think anything inside of that first year, it will be a difficult ask for them to also go and coordinate with local nonprofits, or to like even form this resident committee when the building will be a quarter full or half full, whatever, throughout the year. So I'm raising 2 different timing things, but I really think we should think about what happens after the first 12 months and still consider that like the begin, like time 0.
Mhm.
So just consider, I would, yeah, that's what.
I wonder too if there's any way for us to put it, like, how could we also talk about, because part of what I don't want to lose within that, which I appreciate you for saying that, because I get, that makes a lot of sense, but in like building into the culture, some of these kind of like more democratic processes that are a little bit messier and longer, how can we, what are the tiny ways that we can do that, like from day one, that doesn't wear out the staff, but also, and doesn't waste people's time, because making a committee and then having to make a new one or something, but just for, so that it's enculturated.
Can we come back to that in terms of the committee, when we talk about the committee, and then for the space, maybe the community space, maybe we can stay within 15 months, which would be, that year plus another 3 months to do outreach. This isn't to say like it's a fully programmed space, but I think outreach can happen. And I think too, there could be some, like, I actually think that groups would probably also, I don't know that it's going to be necessarily the project management is going to have to go out and do all of that. I think that people will also come to them and ask, and things like that. So
Yeah, it seems like
maybe we
there's
could change it
something,
to 15 months. Does that feel like better?
to me, something needs to be identified in the first few months that gives people, like, whether it's, and it could be very, very simple, like very low hanging fruit with like, a survey is going to be developed, and every single person who applies and gets accepted, that's part of the application process. A survey, like what kind of services do you want, and those kinds of things, like that could be started right away. And even like, I wonder if there's not, like, how do we say, you know, within the first 3 months, there'll be like some sort of event to put forth the fact that there's these special things about this place and we want to publicize them. So that's like a community meeting one. And then in the first 6 months, there's some sort of like info meeting on like, hey, this is tenants. Do you know, like, if you're going to be a person on a board, this is what you can do. Like, it's another information meeting that's helping people build the skills to participate. And then I would be more comfortable with like, okay, by month 15, we're going to have like a coordinated schedule and a governance or a committee. So they don't have to be major, but I would hate to like put a milestone like this 15 months out and because we want it to like take hold immediately in terms of like the edits, the
Yeah, it should be something people are excited about.
or just that they know about. I mean, a lot of people are not gonna want to, and a lot of people aren't gonna want to do this, right? They're not gonna want to be on that.
Well, we're talking about,
But
there's two things here. There's-
yeah, sorry, I'm talking about both at the same time, to be honest with you. But what I was specifically talking about was the space
Mhm.
and building awareness about these. I guess it's both. I'm talking about both.
It should and can be part of the welcome materials that they're given out, and they have to read that, obviously. There will be resident welcome events and like early on especially. And then there will be ongoing ones too, but that's an opportunity for property management to provide an update on like, here's some of the things that will happen here, or some things that you can look forward to, or whatever, like that, they can kind of sell that.
Can we,
So that could be an opportunity. I'm just trying to think about how to not take too much of their focus in the highest leasing.
Yeah.
When that's what they're just gonna be focused on.
Gotcha, right, because you're just realistic, these are
Yeah,
material
there's lots
conditions
of
that people are working
applications,
within.
all kinds of paper, like there's just an amazing amount of work when you're filling one of these buildings up.
okay. So when we're talking about, I would love to see at these like resident welcome events, which I'm sure will be happening periodically throughout the first year. I would love to see the property management company promoting the resident committee, and knowing that they are going to be totally overwhelmed within the first year of this, doing lots of menial paperwork and checking people's information and whatnot. They probably aren't gonna be like, join the resident committee and have meetings with us every month where you tell us stuff that you want us to do, and then we have to do it. Yeah, and I would similarly as like this being something that we want to be inculcated early on in this process, we also don't want to like build an adversarial relationship between the residents and the property managers from the very beginning, where the property managers feel like they don't want to be dealing with this at like the first couple of meetings, and then it's like a tone that carries through for the rest of it. But I also don't want the residents to just be like, you guys have to wait for a year before you can do anything. Anybody, any of my other fellow people have any thoughts about this?
Well, my thought is still that I would rather talk about one thing at a time. And I I understand the connection, but I also think that the space and thinking about like whether the space is used and online for booking is different than like whether residents know that there's gonna be a committee and organizing around that. So
Okay. Do you wanna?
I would like to do, yeah, I would do the space and then do that.
Put a pin in that one.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm done with that.
So I guess, Lisa, the question I would have is whether, like we were talking about the number of meetings, you were talking about some different timing, but also understanding that they would likely have like resident, like appreciation, they would do that stuff already.
Yeah.
I was thinking about more like external groups and like when people can expect to start programming in this space as opposed to like internal events, if that makes sense. I think those will probably happen just because it's just like, again, like good business model of like doing that, probably at the beginning at least. But I think the things that you're talking about in terms of the other practice, I think that makes a lot of sense, but I don't know if that answers the question about like the community meeting numbers or things for you, or whether we can think about like this outreach within, because that doesn't mean it has to wait for 15 months, right? That within this time, there'd be that outreach, there'd be a calendaring process would be set up in terms of how people will be able to reserve the space. And then once it's set up, that we'd want to see maybe a certain number of community meetings, you know, events happening in that space.
I have an idea about the community space, which would be the possibility of bringing in some of these community partners to some of these like resident welcome events, so that they're only having to organize the, you know, they don't have to double up on the number of events that they're doing, but they have some potential partners, these tutoring organizations, you know, like returning citizens or what arts organizations, whatever, you know, these people who we will work with and identify that we can't name during this process, come and like table at these, you know, resident welcome events, just so that people like make some connections and then maybe, you know, can talk to their friends and be like, hey, that was that tutoring group that we saw at the welcome thing, you know. And that, I mean, how many of these like resident welcome events happen in the first year? They happen every 2 months, every 3 months?
Yeah, probably like once a quarter.
Once a quarter?
3 to 4 months.
Okay, so there'd be 3 or 4 of these sorts of events within the first year. I think that is fine with me, in terms of starting that process, and then by 15 months, we would ask to have a calendar with at least, I don't know, at least quarterly sort of events with community partners. And hopefully it's something that people respond to and then organically want more of them.
And is this in both? Is this like, but this will be applied to both community spaces? I feel like we talked about this last time, right? There was
Yeah.
just a,
For the fifth one, like you would apply in the family and the senior, because you would
Right,
have different types of organizations that you should probably gravitate towards the different, right?
Mhm.
Really started not gonna have to. But yeah.
Yeah, anything else? Andrew, can you?
So this is what I have. Move to require the developer provide a community space. Residents will be surveyed regarding programming. Property management will provide scheduling, wider community engagement. All residents must be informed upon signing of the lease and through monthly communications of this program. This program will be fully implemented within 15 months of the beginning of leasing. The owner must provide an affidavit of compliance upon payment of pilot.
I think the only thing was, was there something about a monthly, what was the monthly piece? Who said?
I said monthly communications of this amenity.
so we had talked about, that was just like a, some sort of frequency, making people aware that these things are coming, like PSAs, basically, hey, you can join this. and-
newsletter kind of thing, or a little. board,
Yeah,
and it's like,
Yeah, and I think maybe not month, I was,
I like monthly, you give them a little calendar, you're like, okay, every Thursday there's knitting, you know, so people, you know.
I feel like this is,
You do quarterly.
Yeah, I think it's like how much we want to require, like, you know, and I think that, like, for instance, if it's my guess, or, you know, if it's about the space, it might want it being an electronic they can have electronic calendar, or if the community has a newsletter, the resident council can put out a newsletter that has the calendar for the space, you know, I can see it happening in lots of different ways.
Wow, is there resident portals? Is that a thing you guys do?
There are resident portals. I haven't seen I haven't seen anybody use them to schedule spaces electronically like this, but right.
Mhm.
Like community announcements are often handled through, there's a portal. So this is,
Hmm.
this will kind of could also go through a portal
Hmm.
for some of this information.
The only other question I have, Andrew, was you said fully implement, what was the fully something in 15 months?
This program will be fully implemented within 15 months, so of the beginning of leasing. So once they start leasing to people, this will be 15 months after that this program has to be fully implemented.
I just wonder what we mean by fully implemented and if that's gonna catch, like if that matters at all.
All of what was in the motion has to be fully implemented.
All of those things, so the
Yeah.
relationships with the community, but so it doesn't mean that like the whole schedule has to be filled out
No.
and figure out, just that the process and the protocols for it are established and it's
Correct.
in motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think
I'm
the
done.
developer can require that the schedule be full.
That's fair.
Does it make sense to ask that in like the community welcome events, that there is partnership with outside organizations, or does that seem like something that we don't?
I mean, it would be a difficult requirement to hold a developer or property manager accountable for. You can't force people to participate in that.
Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Could you repeat that one more time, Andrew? Thank you for all of your writing.
So did you want me to change the monthly communication of programs to quarterly or maintain monthly?
Let's just do quarterly, Valerie. I think that's fine.
So the motion that I have is move to require the developer provide a community space. Residents will be surveyed regarding programming. Property management will provide scheduling, wider community engagement. All residents must be informed upon signing of the lease of this amenity and through quarterly communications of programming. This program must be fully implemented within 15 months of the beginning of leasing. The owner must provide an affidavit of compliance upon payment of pilot.
There's nothing in there about partnering with outside community groups.
It's engagement, wider community engagement.
Okay. Can you, is there, I guess I had read that as like wider community within the development. But you could say, is there's, I'm just thinking if there's like one word that we could put in there that makes it clear that that's.
Like it's a learning community.
Or like the word programming, is that already in there?
Wider community engagement or what do you,
Wider.
I could say regional community engagement.
I think you mean, are you talking about more specificity?
Yeah, in terms of that engagement being engagement that provides additional services to the residents. Which is like, I know that this is hard to specify, and it's not something that we can like demand in this document.
Could say wider community engagement, including services for residents and the greater community, Ypsilanti community.
Services and programming?
Sure.
Yeah, that would be great. Services and programming for residents in the wider Ypsilanti community. You can write that in there between lines.
And so that's, just to be, sorry, I know we're spending a long time on this, and so that's like people, like I could go do this there too, or is it for the people who are residents and pay rent there? So like if it's a class for, if it's like a dance class for the kids, can my kid go even though I don't live there?
That would be really. Well, typically, this would be for residents.
Okay, that was my assumption, but then I realized I
Oh,
was.
see, I thought that we were talking about something that would be a space that it would have things that other people outside of the residents would be able to also attend.
That's how we started, that's what, and then I felt like we got into sort of this is for the residents, but we were initially talked about it being more as a more open.
Well, because I think I was thinking about, for instance, if there's childcare, like after school activities, and obviously, you know, for the residents there, but there's also a couple of other apartment buildings right over there too, that this might be really proximate for, so that if there's space, I would love to see them be able to also participate. Or if there's like different community events, like if a community group was hosting something there, that then they would be able to use that space and other people would also be able to attend.
Yeah, like I could see like a mini Dipsy or something, and then you want to go there because other people are gonna go and participate in the festival. So maybe, maybe is it worth, I hate to even ask this question because I know we have to move on, but is it worth separating between like residential stuff and community facing stuff? Or Kyle, is this like is it?
I'm trying to think quickly. So to back up, the free store I expected would be more broadly available than just the residents, okay? But when we're
More broadly available?
broadly
Which is why you were talking about making sure it's
separate entrance,
Mhm.
separately managed, things like that. When we're
Okay.
talking about then having like the clubhouse or the interior of this apartment building effectively just kind of opened up for. First of all, there's a space concern. I'm not sure how much space there is.
Well, yeah, and I would say it definitely is dependent on like, you know, things like that, yeah.
And I'm not saying never, but I don't want the default to be that you guys walk away assuming that that all of these are open to the broader community. I don't think that's gonna happen, and I don't want to give you that impression.
I was imagining the broader community engagement being like, assuming that there's programming that's brought in, which is gonna be something that probably the residents are dictating. I would think that would be kind of up to the residents to decide, or like if they decided to do childcare, for example, which would be difficult because it's expensive, there'd probably be some sort of volunteer childcare co-op kind of thing, I don't know.
I'm just thinking like an after-school program, like, let's say the YMCA, right, was like, oh, we're gonna do an after-school program in this space on Thursdays, you know?
Okay.
I have a quick question. So what would that do to liability if you're,
I mean, I don't know.
that could be a,
My quick answer is we wouldn't be in a position to take on the liability for hosting people who aren't already the residents.
sure, but they're on your property. You're gonna have some liability.
Right.
So,
Is it possible to do a sort of compromise where maybe we don't like, or that their conflicts doesn't necessarily advertise to the like broader public, like maybe that YMCA doesn't like go out of its way to host events there, but it's not, I don't picture y'all having the ability to like check people's like residential IDs before coming in, or like, I could imagine somebody just being like, hey, let's me and my friends in middle school go like hang out in this community space and like do homework together or something like that. Like, yeah, maybe they don't technically live there, but they're like, I don't know, some random MC students, like that scale of like allowing people to come in, but maybe not doing as much broader like community outreach to big groups that would maybe overwhelm the space or the fire or whatever. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, part of you really, one of the big issues is safety of the residents, right, is what's gonna fall on you, or in terms of.
Yeah, and just in general, I mean, typically the apartment buildings they're not just open.
Yeah.
to the public, right?
I'm-
They're controlled access, they're locked, you have keys.
Mhm.
So I don't want to belabor it, but I don't know how we get around general resident safety and security and just sort of saying that we're gonna open this up.
I mean, I think there's a little bit of a different conversation here between the clubhouse and the senior community space, maybe, which is like in the same building as people's apartments, whereas the clubhouse is separate. I mean, people can bring, in terms of like liability for non-residents, like people have friends over to their houses, you know, like.
Bring guests.
Like, so people can residents can bring guests to there's like a rain garden workshop or whatever at the clubhouse, I could be like, oh my God, my 5 closest friends would love this and are gonna come. Like, and then maybe the resident committee decides that they want to like host a DIY fest or a little like a community block party or a Kiwanis, whatever. And that's open to the public and they decide that they want to publicize that. And is that something that, for these, like if the residents are like, okay, we want to have a block party for everybody who lives here and also like our neighbors in the nearby residents if they want to come because it's a block party. Like, would that be something that
I think if property management would have to oversee that and make sure that that was acceptable. I think if property management can get comfortable with that, then maybe you have an annual block party or you have a couple of events in a year that are that, but I don't, so I don't know if that answers you. I think that would be okay, but it still has to have, somebody is gonna have to have the ability to say, this is too much liability, or this, we don't have space, you know what I mean? Or somebody with ties to ownership, be it property manager or the owner, is gonna have to make that call, because there are way too many scenarios we can't solve for them.
Yeah, and I think that would make sense, and that's why you would have like the calendaring process or like whatever the reservation process would be. I think that those things would be like controlled within that process in terms of how, like, because fire code's gonna say like there's only can be so many people anyway, right? So I think that some of those things will be controlled for regardless.
As someone who manages the city's insurance, I think about liability a lot. And for something, having an outside event on that property, I would assume that who's ever throwing that event would need to have a certificate of insurance with the owner as additionally insured. They're like,
For that one single event.
yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. It does require additional insurance coverage, which maybe they have and are willing to do.
Mhm.
That's true. But those are the kinds of things that like I'm not even thinking about.
Yeah. Okay. Andrew, did we make any additions? I think there was just a couple of these, I think.
So I'm not clear on what maybe at this time, just instead of having that open to outside organizations, have that section just read. So it would go, move to require the developer provide a community space. Residents will be surveyed regarding programming. Property management will provide scheduling and engage the community for potential services and programs for the residents. Let's see. All residents must be informed upon signing the lease of this amenity and through quarterly communications regarding programming. These programs will be fully implemented, or this program will be fully implemented within 15 months of the beginning of leasing. The owner must provide an affidavit of compliance upon payment of pilot.
I would just ask that you change this, I don't know if this makes a difference legally, change residents to resident community, because I think that broadens it just a little bit to like residents and their, cousins and best friends whom, like it's like you like, I think that it's, I assume that it's fair for people to like have a +1 that they bring to these things, would be like, you don't have to explicitly say that in the thing.
Changing it to resident community. That's what you're- Some of this is gonna have to get fleshed out and.
Sure, yeah,
Okay, so I changed that to engage services and programming for the resident community.
All right, how are y'all feeling about that?
There was a 5.
The best way to show your support is to make a movement. A motion. to make a motion.
I would, motion to accept that proposal.
Or
Hey, vote,
Okay. Desiree Simmons,
yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegman John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes and 2 absent.
All right, next we have the resident committees. And so I know, Lisa, you had some different names, but I didn't have them in front of me when I was making this list. So I was just pulling together the different words. So but I know there were some other like names too, so we can come up whatever. But let's see here, some things that we talked about the resident governance committee. One, we talked about wanting the committee to have like decision and negotiating power, decision making. We did talk about some funding. We talked about $1,000 a year, I think is what we had settled on in the last conversation. We talked about, oh yeah, this was connecting the research to organizing, and I did think that one of the documents that was in the packet you shared, Lisa, which kind of had like a lot of how-to, I thought that was really good. So, something that would be great to be able to be a part of the, I guess I could go into the handbook, but whatever, but it was gonna be really good for folks to talk about like how to and like the range of things that they could do. I thought that was really helpful. And then we had feedback about issues for accountability, as well as the handbook. So those are the things that I have in my notes. Were there other things that? Oh, we also talked about, we talked about creating statement of inspiration, formation time. We talked about having about at least five resident members for each of them, plus a youth seat. Well, yeah. So,
For the family units.
mhm.
So do we wanna, you were referring to the Michigan Legal Help forming a tenant organization and how to subsidize multifamily housing?
That's the one.
Do you remember? I was just gonna ask you about what parts, like, you said these, with some of one of these articles would be helpful.
Yeah, there's one that was like 4 pages.
Oh, that was the chapter, right, where it said, resident and tenant organizing, so this is tips and research, how to plan and, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So
that
were
one.
you thinking of just like including this whole thing in the
Yeah.
book, like her, okay, as a reference document?
Mhm.
And then the names we had, I found resident advisory committee, core resident committee, residents council, resident council organization. You wrote resident governance committee.
I like council.
This resident council, and we keep it simple.
Let's do that.
Sure.
And then, were there other things? So the other thing we added today was talking about that they could advocate for capital improvements. So that was other addition we had for today.
Oh, yeah, I like that, how you kind of explained that, Kyle, and then, I mean, maybe just for this inspiration statement, since so we don't spend very much time on it. Could we just use this one from Dudley Street?
Can you read it out loud?
I sure can. The Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative's mission is to empower Dudley residents to organize, plan for, create, and control a vibrant, diverse, and high-quality neighborhood in collaboration with community partners. So obviously in collaboration with the residential, yes, kind of different because it's not a
Is it
neighborhood
what type-
club.
Yeah, is that like a neighborhood association where, is it homeowners or what's the structure there? You know,
That's a
Yeah,
dense
it's-
question. Do you know?
It's a
this?
community land trust.
A community land trust, so it's a little
So-
different. Maybe that's not a good example then.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like, taking out like some of those, I think some of the general language, I think makes sense, which is like having a vibrant community and
I like the organize, plan for, create and control. Within, I recognize like this is already a pre-controlled environment. It's not like they're gonna like, take over, but
Was control the one that you were like,
when you, if you put in your mission statement that they are gonna control it's not a,
Mhm.
it's an apartment building, so
Mhm.
we have to. I don't wanna set up a committee and say, you're gonna have control.
yeah, and then take
And
and
then
then.
someone says, what do you mean we don't?
yeah,
Okay.
that was the
understand.
one I was thinking about too, like what that would mean for this.
Yep.
But
well, what, can you read it and just leave out the word control?
Sure, let's see, the mission is to empower residents to organize, plan for, create and create a vibrant, diverse, high quality residential community in collaboration with one another and the project management
in ownership.
and ownership. Something along those lines.
With one another and other stakeholders.
Yeah, I like, because that gets, because that leaves it open for like the other orgs that they bring
The
in.
only thing I want to say about stakeholders, I swear I won't take long, is that the word needs to be undone completely, and I would hate to
Mm.
write it unnecessarily again into another document in the colonial United States,
Mhm.
only because like, it's just that's the only time I promise I'll be super picky like that. I want to avoid that word in this language,
Mhm.
stakeholder.
Is there another?
Yeah,
word
let's,
that you're-
let's look up some synonyms.
Or it could be.
I'm
like
open
or it
to-
could be like partners or collaborators.
And I know, this is why stakeholder always gets picked,
Mm.
because what do you use instead, but,
No, it's not that
I
hard.
understand the aversion, it's just convenient.
yeah. Collaboration with,
Participant? I don't know if participant is not strong enough, but
maybe it is just collaboration with community partners.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
That's fine, yeah.
Maybe, yeah, and we don't have to have stakeholder and,
Yeah.
but let's see.
You guys are partners. You can't be a landlord without tenants. Doesn't last for very long.
Makes her a bad yellow. Okay, I'll leave it there. I want to be conscious of time and not overthink this if we don't have to, but, so Andrew, do you want me to like reword that, or did you feel like you got like the mission statement?
So this is,
draft?
this is from the Dudley Street model.
Yeah, just riffing off that.
So this is kind of how I didn't write that whole mission statement down so this is what I have. Move that the developers encourage and facilitate the formation of a resident council with 6 members from the family unit, including 1 youth seat and 5 from the senior unit. This council will be provided $1,000 annually for programming. This council shall hold regular meetings with ownership and property management and have the authority to make suggestions for capital improvements. This council will be provided the Dudley Street model as an example on how to engage with community partners.
Everything but that last part. I think, so.
The last sentence, this council, so just take out on how to engage with community partners.
I just don't want to confuse, like, I think in some ways, it would almost be easier to like redraft this and make it an inspiration statement instead of referring them to Dudley, because they might be
I
confused.
agree. I think that
People might be.
if the goal is to just take the spirit of that statement and not force them to like look at this a completely different organization in a completely different context and be like, how do we apply this? But just like get the vibe that we're going for. I think it's easier to just crib some of their language. I think they would probably be in favor of us doing that.
I mean, it's,
I mean, could it be like kind of saying a lot of what you said, but then, you know, the resident council's mission is to
Inspire, grow, create,
I don't think we can,
but then only.
I don't think that would be legally enforceable to have a mission statement. That's why I was suggesting that we provide something as an example on how to model.
Can we just reference, rather than referencing the Studley Tree Crop, we reference another document which we will then create?
So what document do you want to reference?
So
A document,
the handbook, because then the handbook could have this in here.
that's true.
So you want, okay, so what you want to, the handbook, what handbook?
This is the,
Tenants handbook essentially.
Okay,
yeah, that we talked about.
so this council, we provided the tenants handbook
Mhm.
as an example on how to form.
Yeah, which will include resources.
Could we put the resources in that?
Well, because I think like, for instance, that document from Lisa, that would be like a resource that
Absolutely.
would go in there and that has a lot of like, just like information already.
So maybe just be provided the resources as provided the resources as stated. So then you can just, I'll just give Kyle those, I'll give the attorneys those links, and they'll be provided in the agreement.
You say, rather than just saying resources as stated, you say the resources and inspiration. I just want to suggest, this is like a very exciting part of this for
It's
me.
really, it is, and also I don't really want to be spending a lot more time talking about like things that aren't super necessary for this.
Mhm.
So resources, okay, what was that again?
Inspiration.
Inspiration for formation.
Mhm.
Okay,
So everyone knows we're gonna have to extend, we have about 2 minutes left. And 8 more things to go.
Motion to extend until midnight.
Or
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So with this update from Andrew on this one, how are folks feel? Feel good?
Yes. I do.
So then we just need a motion.
Move to approve the proposal as written.
Seconded. All right,
yeah.
roll call please.
Desiree Simmons,
Yes?
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegwin John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes, 2 absence.
Great, all right, so our next one is around the Ipsy area targeted promotion. So I think last time yes,
I had a big meeting with the Fair Housing Center of Washington County. They were very excited that we were reaching out before our project was built. They had no issue whatsoever with targeted promotion. They actually said there's a chance we might be able to go further by actually having a residential preference potentially. The biggest concern they have with fair housing laws is when you're making a not diverse community less diverse. That's where they have really big issues, but because of the diversity of Delaney, they felt like that wouldn't be an issue. They said contact an actual attorney and they got a recommendation from their attorney. But promotion, no problem whatsoever. If you're requiring a preference for city of Ypsilanti residents, you want to do a little bit more work, but I think targeted promotion, no concern. They said, please involve us early in all of these projects. Like, because they were really, really, really appreciative that we were reaching out. And they said, look, if you're gonna come to us and ask if you're violating fair housing laws, normally you're not. So normally we have to sue you when you are. And so I was kind of nervous to talk to them, but it was a great conversation. And they said, what you're trying to do is exactly what we want to see. And so we're we're not gonna have any issue with you targeted promoting. And they recommended that we might be able to do it on city resident preference. I've also looked at some of our old CBO saying that preference should be for city residents, but once again, we would probably need to get more lawyers involved, and that's not really a discussion for this time, but I think you definitely can have a recommendation to have targeted IPSI promotion into this without any sort of violation of fair housing law. And I actually thought it was a great idea.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I would love to be able to say that with, and I don't know, is how we could say, you know, with consideration for residential preference, if legal, if like possible by law or whatever.
I would like that too.
Because that's really, it is really exciting, I think.
Well, just so I can, and I'm gonna shut up after this was my big one, but and let me read you the email that was sent, just so everyone can get a pretty good thing. Joe, our lawyer says, well, I can't say definitively, as you know, resident preferences have been challenged where they can be shown to have segregative effects. We don't know, they didn't know about IPSI's local demographics, but what if a nearby town, city, or village have higher percentage of Black, Hispanic, et cetera, and they want to move to the city? On the other hand, if the city has a high, has the highest concentration of racial minorities in the region, it might be okay. Whatever the city needs, what the city needs to do is hire a consultant, do a demographic analysis, and form a conclusion on the residency requirement, that the residency requirement will not have a segregative effect, or even better, promote integration. If the city has that in hand, they should be safe from fair housing challenges or to working with you. So I think there's a way to do it, especially going there. I think we actually need to get a demographic study. We have the demographics, but so I think putting it in there as a, we will try, I think definitely helps. And I think that's more than any one of us had thought prior to my meeting with them. So I think that was a really positive meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Joe, for that.
Steve?
This kind of goes here, but it also goes with the city of Ypsilanti thing, that if we're going to do that, then to pull the data from Sutton Cog or the surrounding communities.
Yeah.
And present that as a whole.
Yeah.
So we're clear that that's not having.
Wait, can you say that again, please? I didn't hear you.
So just to this point, you know, the concerns that were voiced in that email, when this gets presented, that data from SENCOG or Ypsilanti and the surrounding communities like Superior Township, Ypsilanti Township, and Pittsfield Township get presented at the same time to show what the demographics are for those areas. Because I don't see that there's a problem with this, but I think having that data on hand at the time of discussion.
That's something we can pull prior to this actually going to council.
Yeah, I think it'd be great because it could be kind of figured out a little bit before then, because then that's, you know. I think that's great.
Steve, do you think that if there was a residency preference, that would be something that would make this more appealing to council?
I think this is, you know, council has been concerned that, you know, the trying to tailor these things for people that are in the community is everybody's goal. But I think, you know, this is hit on a great way to do it. So I think that's a great thing. It's not as committee.
Her exact terms was, if you were Livonia doing this, I would say, hell no.
Wow.
But you're not Livonia. So.
So I think I have the motion.
Okay.
Move for the developer to engage in targeted promotion for city residents and preferential leasing for IPSI residents if allowable by law.
Motion to approve.
Seconded.
Desiree Simmons,
Yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegman John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes, 2 absent.
My research happens to be the quickest motion.
You want that written down, you want that
For the
recorded.
record, Andrew.
For the record. Thanks, Joe. All right, so now we're on to the one around energy, air quality, radon, mold. And I think I remember after this conversation, Kyle, you were gonna check into like what radon mitigation like look like. I don't, do you have something to share back on that?
Yeah, well, so what I really went back and confirmed was whether or not we would typically install like a full building radon system for something. Because I don't recall doing that in the past. Like I mentioned, the times that I recall installing air filtration systems are when there's like soil vapors from contaminated soil, which we don't have in this instance. It turns out that for a building like this, generally a radon system is not going to be required. I'll start with the senior. Would not be required or be necessary because the senior building, first of all, has an underground parking garage, which would serve as the basement of the building. Nobody's living down there. So you have an entire level of separation. And the EPA would they will suggest that as a passive mitigation system. So I don't think it's necessary in the senior building for sure. And then in the family building, again, there aren't basements in the building, you are slab on grade, which means your buildings are just built slightly on or maybe slightly actually above the grade because they can build some things up. But for certainly all of your upper units, there's no need. And then the question just comes down to what's the need on the ground floor? And right now we don't have any indication that there is radon. Radon changes over time, right? We don't. So we can talk about that, but I think that there's a case to be made that the radon system would not actually have a lot of impact in these units.
So the radon for me was more, okay, yeah, we did have mitigation written down, but so my argument or my ask is that tenants be made aware and provided for testing. Yeah, so I could see not putting a whole mitigation system in before we even know, but on the first floor especially, like this could be something that they're made aware of that they have access to and that's provided by the development, not that they don't have to pay for it to get it tested.
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's not expensive, but, and even the count, I mean, well, never mind.
Mhm.
So that was the radon kind of research that I did.
Okay.
There is I think there's a broader discussion about, there's a lot of items in this line item. So radon is one, there's energy, air quality, radon and mold. I don't know where you guys want to go next.
Yeah, I think it was like energy efficiency audits or like just ways that it would be like checked, I think, on a regular basis.
And actually EcoWorks, if we need a reference, EcoWorks has a model for how they do this and provide energy assessments to homes. And so the city of Ypsilanti has worked with EcoWorks before, and if we need something to reference, that was the program I was imagining in my head that they could be modeled after.
Did you say that these are going to meet the national green building standards?
Yes, we will be constructing these to the National Green Building Standards, which already has a good number of energy efficiency requirements. I also know that Councilmember Wilcoxon had voiced a strong preference for all electric. I did some additional kind of research on that as well. And the unfortunate thing about going all electric in this climate is that water heat and forced air heat, furnaces, the cost of the electricity is drastically more expensive for residents than the cost of gas heat for those two, specifically for water heat and gas heat. Also, the appliances are more expensive. So there's greater utility costs and there's greater appliance costs. And it makes it like to the tune of like 2 or 3 times more expensive for those utilities, not the appliances. Although the appliances are quite a bit more expensive too. So there's like a trade-off of using electricity for everything and having more expensive utilities. Instead of going all electric, I would propose that we confirm that we would have like high efficiency furnaces and water heaters. Typically like 95% efficient is about the high, 96% efficient is kind of what the top of the line efficiency is. And I talked with our contractor about it. It would cost some additional dollars, but they would be gas in that case. So you wouldn't have a higher utility cost. And we could make that work much more easily than going all electric. So while we're talking about energy and efficiency, I want to put that out there that that's something that we would commit to doing for this building if that's important. And then, but then I do want to talk about like what that means for an energy audit or things like that, because there is part of me that I'm not opposed to an energy audit, but have people had energy audits done in their homes before?
And just to clear, I think, yeah, and there's confusion, right? There's like, let's see, I think there's two different ways that you can do it. We can do like an energy audit with, when we're looking at like intense infrastructure, these appliances and stuff. And then there's like energy efficiency mitigations that you can do. So like somebody, like a crew comes around and checks your window, and if it's really drafty, they put up the plastic for you, or they help you put a strip on the bottom of your door. So these are more like more superficial fixes that would happen on a regular basis, as opposed to an energy audit that says like, oh, well, actually you could be using a different dishwasher.
Yeah.
So that was where my head was in thinking about, mostly to save people that utility money like you're suggesting.
I wanted to be careful that we aren't, there are different motivations for companies that, well, the companies that do free energy audits or low cost energy audits, a lot of it's to sell products. So they'll come in and say, you need to upgrade the insulation in this place. That equals like ripping walls down. And I just want to be careful that we're not bringing people in to apartment units where the residents typically won't really understand what's necessary and what's not. And they have somebody telling them like, this could be even more efficient than it already is. And then all of a sudden we have all of our residents going like, well, why do I have?
Yeah, no, I was thinking much more, because that does sound, I can see how that could become predatory. And
Yeah.
certainly, but that is the opposite of what I was thinking. I was more thinking like the county, for instance, at the township, you can get like every year in May or something, you can get free radon tests.
Yeah,
So like some sort of not
yeah,
DTE doing it,
right.
a neutral something, or and yeah, I mean, maybe that's like too much.
From a baseline, this building will be way more efficient than anything else in the immediate surrounding, because
Okay,
first
then
of all,
maybe it's
two,
not something that we should worry about.
energy efficient windows, energy efficient appliances. And I'm not trying to minimize these concerns, but the baseline will be much more efficient than anything.
I'm wondering if we could just say, because it's gonna be a new building, so it's automatically gonna be in a different space, for things, but maybe it's more about like that time issue and just making sure that like, maybe like, 10-year, like sometime like that there would be, some kind of overall like building health check around these things that, you would probably want to do anyway, but just like making sure that it's not getting to the point where, oh, this building's now this old, it should have probably had some updates like 20 years ago, but whatever, the windows are now whatever. So maybe we could say, as opposed to calling it like energy audit or something like that, but just making sure that we have some kind of like, that there'll be like some kind of building like energy inspection or something, or whatever you would want to call it, within like, like 10 to 15 years after, to just make sure that there's a check that would happen even without the residents having to be like, oh, I'm drafting.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, to me, this sounds like we're talking about two different things. Like in some way, we're talking about like a long-term, like the infrastructure of like an actual energy efficiency audit that they would do every 10 or 15 years or something. And then then there's like the individual resident mini service, like putting up the plastic on the windows. And maybe what I'm thinking, and I'll let it go after this, maybe what I'm thinking is like even something as simple as like every winter providing like a workshop that shows people like how to put the window stuff up, how to put these things up. Obviously people know how to do that, but strips on the door. And then like, is there something like, could we say, I guess here's the tangible part for me, and could we say like for the life of the whole development, every year there'll be like I don't know, $2,500 put into door strips and plastic for people's windows, and they can come and get that and have a conversation about how this could help. But I could also be taking us down a road that we don't have time for.
And I'd also,
It shouldn't need some of those, like, definitely the windows, like, it shouldn't need that.
Okay.
It's not, well, the windows are still in functional order, right?
Yeah.
You're replacing.
And I might be having a perspective of like Ipsy apartments that are like maybe my head is in the wrong spot, so I can I'll let it
Keep
go.
forgetting these are new apartments.
No, I do too. I think that's part of the problem. Yeah.
But I think there could be something about providing some residents, where my head was going was like providing residents with some of this information in this packet.
That's what I was
this nebulous packet that's
Sure.
growing, but that is gonna have a lot of information. Like, I think that would be a good place to put some of this information for that.
Yeah, even like, because there is stuff during certain months in the township, like there is free this or free radon tests you can get as a resident. So yeah, maybe we're, yeah, okay. Cut off from this discussion.
Hope you guys have a really good printer.
I think a lot of it, I'd like to have it be electronic.
yeah,
It's a lot
I
of
think,
paper.
yeah, I wouldn't wanna.
But there could be public copies in places.
That's true, yeah, that would be, but I think that this should definitely be provided electronic.
Yeah.
Electronic.
Mhm, yeah. Steve, who was like,
Yeah, so Kyle and I had a conversation earlier, followed up on the recycling and on the energy efficiency stuff, and he said that we're gonna be built to green standards, and if you look at those things, there's different levels, there's like, compared to typical things, there's bronze, silver, gold, and emerald or something like that. And I think if even at the bronze level, this makes everything a lot more efficient, and so there's standards for energy efficiency of the appliances in the house, and water efficiency, resource efficiency, lot development, operation and maintenance, and indoor air quality. They're all covered in that certification. So the question is, do we require that this go to at least the bronze level, which is the minimum level? And then some of those things that you're concerned about are taken care of in that.
What do you guys have plans regarding the National Green Building Standards?
Trying to look it up right now. I think we're doing silver, but I should have said I think we're doing bronze, but I think we're doing silver. I'll just tell you what we told me.
Would propose perhaps, since these are new, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of there's not much reasonable worry about like how they'll function, at least for the first like 10 years. We could propose that the company undergoes some sort of like energy efficiency like audit, which they're probably already gonna do anyway in like 15 years through like the county or something, if that's allowed, I don't know. Or that they like meet like the bronze or silver standard. And then tenants also be given like information in this handbook about free programs for energy auditing and other and like radon tests and stuff.
Okay.
That's
So this is what I have for the motion. Move to require the developer to have all energy efficient appliances and maintain efficiency and built to green standards at the bronze level, or at a minimum, the bronze level. An audit be performed within 10 years and provide residents information on how to maintain efficiency and available testing.
I would insert built to the National Green Building Standard. Bronze.
Okay.
and then the other thing, which we didn't talk about, is mold. And I don't know if we want to just pull that out as something separate, or if it can fit within this here. I mean, obviously, it's a new building, so it's not starting off with mold, so I think that is great, it makes sense. But definitely as it gets older, it becomes a problem, and the issue is that there's not a standard for mold. So I feel like if there was to be something, it would have to be really within the development, the ownership would have to like not think that mold is okay.
If mold, in order for mold to grow here, like brand new won't have mold, but if there were moisture problems, right, it would be a situation of mismanagement, which can happen. I don't know, but that's against the city code, like the city doesn't allow that, so you'd be in
Yeah, so
default.
when we see mold, we have to stop the cause of the mold, like mold is not in itself an actual, it's weird, but we really, you can have somebody scrub mold off. And that's, so when we see mold, we know there's a bigger issue, and so then we enforce against that issue. And so, I don't.
I mean, we, for what it's worth, we take mold incredibly seriously, as you should. We can put language in the agreement about mold. I'm not worried about that. There's no part of it's like, well, we'll just get away with like having some mold on the side. It's not like that. So I'm happy to do so. I just, if you want to put that in there, I'm fine. It won't be a problem. Mold would grow because a water pipe burst somewhere and it was growing behind someone's wall, and then we'd find out about it and rip the unit down to the studs. And with this this kind of stuff happens on occasion. You rip the unit down and you take all the mold out, you build the unit again from the inside out. So
Do you want me to add and provide mold mitigation when necessary at the end?
Yes.
can I ask, and then we know that Andy, I want to ask a clarifying question about the energy efficiency stuff earlier.
Sure.
You had said the building will have all energy, you said it was something about it will have all some clarification, classification of appliances and will be built to the National Green Building Standards. Can you tell me what that said again?
Yeah. I mean, give me 1 second. I moved to require the developer to have all energy efficient appliances and then I said and maintain efficiency, but it's late. I probably just put words in there. So I could take that out. All energy efficient appliances and built to the National Green Building Standard at a minimum bronze level.
Okay. I think that's acceptable. The only thing I'm pausing on a moment, I'm not as, so energy efficiency has different definitions. And I think everything brand new that we will put in here will meet the definition of energy efficient. You're not saying that it has to have a certain level, that the National Green Building Standard is what's saying that it has a certain level, but I think I'm okay with that. I just don't want to think about like refrigerators and washers and dryers in particular, where to get like an Energy Star, which is like a certain level of efficiency that's extra high, that's exponentially more expensive and not that much more efficient. Sorry, you guys are listening to my inner monologue right now, but I think, but you have not said that, so I'm gonna just back off and say what you have is fine. It'll be fine. Forget I even started talking.
We're not thinking about brand names.
Forget that I even started talking.
Cool. All right. Motion to, did we want to add anything else to this before we move to? Can we just hear what we've got?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Move to require the developer have all energy efficient appliances and built to the National Green Building Standard at a minimum bronze level. An audit be performed within 10 years and provide residents information on how to maintain efficiency and available testing and provide mold mitigation when necessary.
You say, rather than within 10 years, say at least every 10 years. So that happens again.
Okay.
Sorry, one other question on the energy efficiency audit. What is the purpose to do the audit? Or do we like?
I don't think that there's like mandated action necessarily, but I would like the audit to be done and the information is shared with residents. And so then if
I
residents,
just didn't know like are we trying to get some threshold, if we don't, then suddenly we have to like replace a bunch of things.
no, I think that you can give the information to the residents, and if the residents who are living in the building in 20 years are like, okay, so efficiency has gone down 4% since 10 years ago. We're fine with that because we're concentrating on the fish fry and like, that's okay, you know, then fine. Or if people are like,
I didn't understand the
it's gone down 20, you know,
It took me a
20%.
second, but I got it.
I mean, it was a reference to fish fry.
Instead.
Wait, do we get, oh,
Oh, no, wait, that's it. But I don't know, I'm gonna move to accept this because
go for it.
move to accept the proposal as written. Sorry, I'm always making a motion. I'm excited about it.
As written with the addition of every 10 years.
Yes, sorry, every time
Yep.
it's not tested.
Yep.
Yes, seconded.
All right, let's get a vote.
Desiree Simmons,
Yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegan John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes, 2 absent.
All right. So next, I have, so sponsor formerly incarcerated and those with felony charges. And so during the last meeting, since the last meeting, I did, I attended a, I don't know, workshop or something, a talk that was hosted by MySemi and others called Home and Hire. So it was specifically about thinking about hiring for people with criminal backgrounds. And so that's where I kind of got this language about sponsorship. So a couple of things just that I wanted to say from this. They talked about, for instance, being able to have things like structured like mentorship opportunities for people who are hired, being able to have offering like different services for GED, et cetera. When doing job postings, having different, like instead of having lower requirements for degrees, so as opposed to everything being like with a college degree or something like that, not having those kinds of requirements. Being able to have apprenticeships like programs as part of the employment. We talked about becoming a sponsor, which was, is just kind of putting things forward and having these different kinds of opportunities. And then also thinking about how to address different barriers that people might have to like getting to work. So things like transportation, perhaps depending on the kind of job. And then also having things like not sharing criminal history with the hiring managers, so and not tracking that information. So as an example, like the HR person might know something, but it wouldn't necessarily be, it wouldn't necessarily, like everybody who works there wouldn't necessarily know. Just so that so people wouldn't, have bias. And I think those were some of the main things that like I kind of pulled in for this. Think about for that. I don't know if anybody had any other things, but
I feel like that's basically everything that I want.
That's a great list. Thank you for going and getting that information.
great.
I don't know.
And I think that the other thing I just wanted to say too, so when we were talking about it, there was a conversation about like with the contracting company. But the other thing I would say is like also for the permanent positions that, would be available to also be able to have these opportunities within for those positions too.
I have a quick question about something we ran into once with our own work, and a formerly incarcerated resident was actually, it was really, really hard to get him to be able to work with the kids because it was through public schools. And so there was all this red tape. And so I just wanted, do you foresee any issue with like if it's the permanent, the full-time ground or the full-time manager or something and they have like a lot of contact with kids under 18. I'm not saying like it's a person with a sexual offense, I'm just saying like in general. Does that
It's a valid concern. I don't have a lot of experience with it, so I can't really speak. I want to figure out a way to to satisfy this committee's desire here, but like with some of the other things, I don't want to commit to something that I don't quite fully understand. So maybe if there's a way to further define sort of what you guys are looking for with this agreement. When we talked about this a couple meetings ago, I definitely understood like criminal background should not be in like an immediate weed out, or you know what I mean? It shouldn't be a non-starter. And that I know we can get on board with, and I know the general contractor can get on board with, because I had an exhaustive conversation with them about that. So I'm prepared definitely to be able to commit to that. And then sort of solving a lot of the other things that might come from this, I don't know how exactly to, because they could have different situations. It could depend on the person's, what the specific criminal offense is. There may be certain offenses that you wouldn't want around children, and there may be plenty that it shouldn't be a big deal. You know, I'm not quite sure how to.
so you don't
Right.
you don't have any legal like perspective right now on that, or like kind of like just in terms of, and maybe it's again in the weeds. And
Yeah,
not
I mean, I
necessary
think-
to figure out, but it just was one question I had in terms of being.
So I'll just say in terms of
General.
like, in terms of thinking about like why I think it's important and what I would look for it. The reason why I'm drawn to the idea about thinking about what it would mean for this, you know, company to become like a sponsor, which is not a legal, it's not like a, because I was asking about this, it's not like a highly legal term. It's not like to be a sponsor, you have to apply through this and da da da. But it just carries different weight to be like, we're a sponsor, and then as part of that, we provide, these are the things that we're providing in that support.
They're willing to go the extra little bit. to
Yeah,
make sure
and
that
also
this
it's just
is
like, yeah, like if a person is like, you know, being able to work with a person through some of these different challenges as, you know, whether it's reintegration support, whether it's helping to like them to better be able to, you know, be able to go for other job opportunities, like getting a GED or something like that, right? Like, that can actually build other opportunities as well. The reason why is to think about like, so here in the city, just in terms of our population and thinking about the folks who are incarcerated and coming home, that we have a large proportion within the city. And so when I think about the workforce and wanting to be able to provide good opportunities, I see this as one, as a possibility for that. So, you know, I'd be happy with thinking about, you know, thinking about what that looks like, and maybe that could be something to work out more too. You know, but in terms of like mentorship services for GED, whether it's learning, you know, the apprenticeship, which could be like, oh, you know, we're doing this, but like someone can actually be learning skills alongside that they can use in other spaces. And then trying to work through like, you know, challenges that the worker might have to help them to be successful in a job, as opposed to kind of like one and done, like you're out of here kind of thing.
Yeah.
When they actually need more support in order to be successful, not like, oh, it's a bad employee, but more that they just need some more support to be able to be successful in the work environment.
So this is the motion that I have. Move to require the developer to make every attempt to hire previously incarcerated individuals and provide an environment that allows these individuals to succeed and thrive through sponsorship. Such examples as mentorship, apprenticeship, GED, transportation, or other challenge the employee might face.
Yes, and I would just say, just because I know that this is the formerly incarcerated or those with felony charges, it may not always be the same.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
I would also just like to, I don't know if it's overkill to put in this language, but the part of that, Des, that you brought forward about having hiring practices that are supportive for people's privacy, which is like a, you know, like a fine line to walk sometimes, to be like, we're a sponsor. But then not going and like telling everybody else involved in the process. So I don't know what.
Yeah, and he did say that there might be like, you know, somebody might know because it's like they're specifically mentored, you know, like,
Yeah,
things like that.
I mean, there are certainly like people, I mean, in order to be sponsoring and to be supportive, there can be people who have to know that you're providing extra support to individuals for whatever reason, but.
So at the end of that motion, I just added while respecting people's privacy.
That's great. Cool.
I move to move the motion. What is it? That's my first time doing that.
Yep, that works.
I need, I move to approve the motion. Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Move to approve a motion is redundant. You
I'm
just say,
sorry.
I so move, that's fine. Who's got the second?
I'll second it.
All right.
I don't know.
You didn't seem to decide.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm tired now, but.
Okay, Desiree Simmons,
Yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegman John,
Yes.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries with 5 yes and 2 absent. Well, I'm not rotating like I do with council.
Really quickly through number 9. I know that I'm not supposed to lead this discussion, but I'm noticing people, we're all tired. The easement agreement, Steve, that's something that we've talked about, and that this is the concept where when the dam is removed and the water levels recede from the shore, that we would agree to provide the city an easement, or I don't know, like, I think we're providing the city, we're providing easement to somebody for future use of that found shoreline to do a boardwalk, or something to that effect.
Right.
That works.
Yeah.
Not using it.
So
This is contingent.
It's not land, it's not even land, we're not even land right now.
Yeah.
this is what I move that the developer will agree to an easement for uncovered land as a result of the removal of the Penn Dam.
Mhm.
I don't have to make a motion, but it works. for me.
I so move.
Second.
You got the second?
Yep, Sarah, I seconded.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta write this down real quick.
Easement to the public or to the city.
Easement to the city.
Whoever it might need to go to, I believe is.
So like it could be the county if they want to put the B2B trail through it or something.
No, we're not for Carl to decide.
No,
That's, no, absolutely not.
no, that was just an
We're not
example.
going there, no. And if it is to the city and we make a deal with the county, then by extension, that is covered, right?
Then by extension, what?
So if we have a deal with the developer and when they purchase the land, and if we make a deal with the county to help with the park system, then at that point, because we have that easement, they would have that easement too, right?
If the city, so long as I make it assignable, which I think I can, and the city chose to do that.
All right.
Because, yeah.
Yeah.
B2B trail is not gonna go through that part.
Mhm.
It will go up to that part, but that's
Mhm.
part of the assurance to the landowners on the part, on the empowerment is that there won't be a path past their part.
Through there, understandable. And I don't know where you would go anyways on the other side, but yeah, okay.
Down to the bridge on Superior, I suppose.
To the lost property.
Wait, did we already get a motion on this?
Yep, we do. I'm ready to vote.
Oh, okay.
Desiree Simmons,
Yeah.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Tegman John. Not there. Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Steve Wilcoxen.
Yes.
4 yes and 3 absent, the motion carries.
I think like, we'll be fine.
All right, now we're trucking along. No more extensions. Okay.
I know, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it.
All right, so next, we just had, things we had for the city of Ypsilanti. So the last time we talked about, a couple of different things where corridor beautification and maintenance, how that would fall within the city's, purview. We talked about, covered bus stop on La Forge, and, I put here, but there might be connections with like the RIDE long range plan, which calls for things like that within their plan. So that might be a way, you know, for the city to get to that. We talked about pedestrian barriers and the possibility of being able, for the city to be able to get funding through CDBG grants. We talked about having information about the Peninsular Dam project in the area for the community to see. And then talked about the investment in affordable housing and the pilot, the 3% pilot, as opposed to the 5% pilot, which was originally proposed.
Can I ask a quick question for the,
Mhm.
I could stop thinking about corridor beautification and maintenance and safety. Steve, over there, or whoever, anybody, but what, how would we go about doing an assessment for what would end up there? Like if we said like our goals were like less litter, safer walking and riding your bike. How do we assess what those are gonna be?
Where are we talking about? Are we talking about the forge? Are we talking?
I'm thinking like the La Forge, so like, you know, here's the development up here, 9-5, and then you go down La Forge, and then you go over the train tracks, and then you hit Huron. So that whole strip right there, basically between, what is it, Clark and Huron, yeah, is like the sidewalks all busted up, people fly, like even speed bumps would be awesome over there. Like there's not enough garbage receptacles, there's not any at all, so like what people are just throwing stuff into the sewers and it's right. Like there's litter everywhere in the community, but right there in particular, it becomes marine debris very quickly. So how do we determine like what's like, would we ask you guys to pay for the assessment of like what could go there, or do we need to be really specific and say like 10 garbage cans and redoing of the pavement or something, or what?
The garbage cans are an easy issue and that's just a matter of talking to DPS.
Okay.
Because we've now got like recycling bins around town, near garbage cans, things like that. It'd just be a matter of putting that in the budget to get it, to get more there.
Get more cans over there, because they
Right.
didn't, for some reason, they didn't put any of the recycling ones over there. Maybe because part of it's a township.
Right, so those were basically targeted for downtown and.
Oh, okay,
To figure that out.
got it.
But at this point, we have garbage cans on the street downtown, but there's not many places in the city where you have garbage cans, like if you go to Michigan Avenue. There's not garbage cans up there except for along the pathway by the river.
Yeah.
But if you walk up towards the dollar store or any place on those streets, there's not city garbage cans on.
Yeah, which is a shame.
Right, so the question is, you know, if we're targeting that area, then that's the question for, that's a question for DPS in terms of what.
So then basically it's a budget line item that they provide then the benefit, and then that budget line item is designated for X, Y, and Z beautification.
No, what we're talking about now is stuff that is the city of Ypsilanti. So this
That's
is,
what they're paying for.
Oh, okay, I get it, sorry.
Because this came up around the Huron River Drive part of that, and, you know, that's being renovated in the next couple of years.
Right,
So that'll get taken care of, but, you know, if this is a concern, then that needs to come to us.
but are we asking as part of the benefits that the developer funds this and the city is responsible for it?
Yeah.
Oh,
this stuff is all stuff that these things are all things that we kind of talked about, and it all like seem to fall under actually like city services and like what the city would
Okay, I
have. So like that they would do, yeah,
I
so that,
thought that meant that we were asking money for those city services, but then the city just gets some money to do it and they're responsible for it.
no, and then some of these were like, oh, they could be able to probably get money from other places for some of these things too. And that's where we had the conversation about like, oh, well, like if the residents, you know, do public participation, that could help get more different kinds of funding and things like that.
Okay.
So in terms of this list on the, starting with quarter, beautification going down to investment in the affordable housing. Lots of things, yeah, so the only thing that's connected to this development would be, the info about Penn Dam. You're talking about putting that in the.
Well, I think that, Lisa, I think you were talking about this, I don't know if you were talking about something that would be up in the place, like some kind of placard or something.
The dam in front of the
Mhm.
dam. Yeah, this was my, like basically, one thing that fell off of this early on in the conversation is like educational signage showing, like, for a stretch, let's call them climate change resilience measures. So like removing the dam could be considered a climate change mitigation or adaptation measure. And same with like some of the things on the property are gonna be green, like the certified stuff, those are essentially climate change resilience mitigation attempts at least, even though all of them fall short. But is there a way for us to, can we educate in the process of doing that? So with the dam thing, I was thinking, with the information about the Peninsular Dam project, I was thinking that it would be a sponsored, like, you know, by the auto history place, they have like those boards kind of that you can read, and it's a display board and it says like the history of the dam, and then it talks about like a little bit of history, but then basically like what are the ecological reasons and outcomes of doing this? So basically a PSA about a dam, and that came like from the desire to have a PSAs more generally about publicizing these efforts to do things in more of a quote unquote green way or what have you. Because you guys are putting, I mean, that is a feature that you don't have to do that as a developer, right? And so for people to be aware of that is important. But I don't. And just I'm sorry.
That specific desire that you just described, it's having like a plaque with the, you know, where those kind of signs you can read that tells you about the thing. Seems to me that's something that there's funding elsewhere available in the county for that, perhaps from the Grand River Watershed Council.
Okay, yeah, I guess I was thinking city benefit, I guess, yeah, I was sort of, to entertain John's concern earlier, then I was sort of thinking like, what, do we have a flagship item or whatever he called it, that is blatantly obvious for the broader community in this community benefits ordinance? And if we don't, is that gonna be a problem? To me, it's obvious that all of these things we negotiated are a benefit, but like that's not obvious to everybody. I kind of thought these were like our flagship things that you guys were gonna pay for. I realize now, I remember the conversation.
I don't feel like we need one, like, I feel like if people are that, or sorry, this isn't me being annoyed at you, this is me.
No,
being
that's
annoyed at,
okay,
like, things in
that's
general,
okay, I
like,
won't take it
the
personally.
community, like if people are annoyed about not having a flagship thing or whatever, then they can come to these meetings and they can participate in this stuff, or they can talk to us, or they can like do, I don't feel like, I feel like we have done a lot and like are doing our best, so I think it's fine if we don't have a flagship thing that John wanted.
Okay, cool, I'm fine with that too, I just, yep.
I think it's like something also at $2,500 price
Also.
tag.
That's true, that was a little bit out of the train station.
Mhm. So I think I don't know, like, whether it's more of just like naming you know, that some of these are like what some like things that we want the city to pursue, like pursuing a covered bus stop on La Forge with the ride.
How, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
is that not something that we could ask?
Because they're doing a
them to
covered
build?
bus stop somewhere else.
Oh, that's right,
We
that's
used to
right.
do a covered bus stop on Clark.
Oh, that's right, so
It's
this
been
is,
submitted to the ride.
La
We're waiting
Forge.
to hear back.
that's right, this is across.
Sorry, Green and Clark, really, like on Green Road, but closer to Clark. So La Forge is, Green is the new road that's gonna connect, it's gonna run north-south between the two developments.
Mhm.
Oh, so
And,
basically.
and what the ride had said
Clark and
was,
Forge.
it's actually Clark and Green, it's parallel, but it's down,
Green Road.
you know,
Green
large
Road
block.
Connects to La Forge. They- Mr.
It makes a
Lewis,
90-degree angle
Okay,
inside,
that's fine, okay,
east,
cool.
east
I
of
don't-
the board.
Basically,
Okay.
but like right between the family development and senior development, there's a little road and kind of the northern portion of that road, close to Clark, which is the big road across the top. That's where we have proposed a bus stop, for the right to respond.
Okay, well.
And we would pay
Can
for
we-
that.
Okay, and will there be trash receptacles that are covered?
There certainly can be. We haven't gotten to that level of detail, but it was gonna be a covered shelter, so I
Mhm.
assume there will be trash receptacles.
Okay, cool, and I know this is picky, but just something bigger than, yeah, just, it's a constant problem with litter is that it's too much and too small, and I know it's a picky thing, but it's just so messy.
I would imagine that's a standard in there, like we can't, if we're gonna build.
their trash receptacles are like this big, and I think.
They're horrible for the ride, that's a joke, it's a joke,
Yeah, making assumptions now. Well,
sorry, we can move on.
they are in the process of.
We're like the Minnesota grade trash can.
We want the commercial grade.
Man, our trash.
Oh my goodness.
Minneapolis is pretty good trash.
It's actually,
Control.
it's
pretty
pretty clean.
So,
We're
Okay.
getting
Alright.
close to midnight.
I know, yeah.
Sorry.
Big,
I'll stop.
What was I gonna say?
What's it here? Sorry, guys.
No, it's not, I mean, no need to agree with that. Just, so I'm just thinking about like, I don't know what kind of things we need to say in here around these besides saying like, these are things the city needs to consider or that we'd like them to pursue in different ways and look for funding around these things.
I think it's perfectly reasonable. And when I talked with Kyle earlier about the recycling, I've talked to people and it was really feasible for this, but to having a list of things, I think it would go a long way for council to have, this got narrowed down quite a bit. And to give, some perspective on what things were considered that didn't make them to the CBA. Would be helpful for council.
Would you wanna add, like, have then that longer list of things that we got from that first meeting? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think we should, and I don't know if that needs to happen at this meeting, but this is the last, I don't know how we do that.
Staff was planning on kind of packaging up what had happened, all of the notes, and actually putting together a packet for council. It's like, this was the first community benefits ordinance, and all of them, really, this is what happened. Here's a discussion, all the minutes, and from there, but I think having a list, a shortened list of the city benefits that that this committee would want to see. It's very common in CBA agreements and community benefits agreements to have the list of what the group wants the city to do for the community. And I think these are very attainable. I think that this is something that could happen, and there is some limited funding to help with that. And so I think we will put together, and I can sit down with you, Desiree, before the 10th, when this will be going to council, and make sure that what we're doing, I know it's gonna.
This meeting's gonna suck.
So make sure that it's presented, and how the chair would like it to be presented. It's one of the beauties of being the chair. So you can meet with me. But
Really sold that.
I know. But I mean,
We're all gonna be there.
so, but I think having a short list, but then also having the whole, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how you do it. And then this gives actual itemized prioritization of these are the big things. that
No,
come
the
up.
third's the special election.
Yeah.
10th is
That
budget.
feels good.
There's
This
like
list
6
feels
planning
good.
items.
Council, Other things, yeah, okay, cool. I don't think we have to vote on that.
I recommend it being a recommend.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
did, oh, should we vote on it to go? to-
I drafted a motion.
Okay,
Um,
give it to me, let's see.
So I just kind of just incorporated everything that was here. Uh, Move to request the city provide covered bus stop at LaForge, a LaForge corridor beautification, maintenance and safety, including bike lanes and pedestrian barriers and information on Penn Dam and ecological impacts.
Oh, and then also. We didn't have the last one, the bolded one.
Oh, yeah.
Last one already part of the recommendation of accepting a 3% pilot.
Oh, was that up top?
Yeah, we already got
Isn't
that's,
that under number 2, more units at lower AMI?
Yes, I guess I was thinking about like, that was more to the developer of like how many units to have. And then this is more for the council in terms of the 3% pilot.
so I can put and encourage city council to invest in new affordable housing and using the 3% pilot model.
I would like to see all of the language in that last bolded thing there, which you don't. Maybe you could just, I mean, I don't know if we're voting on what you're writing down right now, you don't have to copy the whole thing out. I like all of those kind of descriptions, because that's, I think what the 3% pilot.
It's
is
like
speaking
putting a
to.
face, like, well, like kind of naming what this means to people.
Yeah, because I don't think that, I think that it's easy, I mean, I think that people who are been involved in that process understand that. But I think that people who haven't been involved in this process, like John, I know he's on this committee, he also like, due to very understandable reasons, has missed a lot of meetings and conversations that we've had, so, you know, like. That's the benefit that we're talking about here, the big benefit to this community, right, is for.
Mhm.
I mean, that's fine. I'll add it.
I think, can I just kind of, you know, understanding that Steve does not fully support the 3% pilot. However, I think he would probably support almost all of this language. I'm probably speaking for you, Steve. You don't know? Okay, I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Just don't speak for me, that's fine. I mean, if people want to put this into the packet for the council, that's fine.
No, I just think that accepting the 3% pilot, I think, because we've already actually done that, I think that you're looking for combating gentrification and providing for more affordable housing. And I think just accepting 3% pilot confuses me.
Yeah, so we can, I mean, that's because I wanted to tie it to that and recognize that that is a big thing. And, you know, so I think we can take that like out of the language, that part there, and know that that's part of it.
I think that we can let people, I think that's like a little trail of breadcrumbs there, you know, they're like, okay, we're sitting in this meeting, how do we invest in this new affordable housing for our full community? Well.
Yes, that is what we're saying.
Slow pitch right over the plate, you know?
Okay, so yes, we're back to wanting that full language. So I think whatever you had with adding that,
So the whole thing, including those in parentheses.
Yes, except for the accepting.
All right.
you said except for.
Except for the, I thought that was the point.
I'm just gonna include all of it and that's, so you guys go ahead and make that motion.
Want to include accepting the pilot in there?
It doesn't matter.
It's just all gonna be,
I was gonna look that up because I think that's, if you read that line, that, you know,
Mhm.
ending it as unrelated families
Okay.
and seniors, and then you're like, okay, how do we make that investment during this meeting?
Okay, and then you say this is how. Okay,
That's,
all right, let's leave that part out. Then.
I hope that people can make that connection, you know. I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, Andrew?
okay. The motion would be that the city provide covered bus stop, LaForge corridor beautification, maintenance and safety, including bike lanes and pedestrian barriers, and information on the Penn Dam and ecological impacts, and encourage council to invest in new affordable housing for our full community to counter effects of gentrification, low-income people who live alone or with unrelated adults, families, seniors.
Mhm.
And then I was gonna go for it.
Okay.
Assuming that Andrew writes and between families and seniors.
I love conjunctions. I put them everywhere.
I motion to approve. This step.
Seconded.
Okay, let's get a vote.
Councilmember Wilcoxen. You were always going last and calling in first.
You don't have that authority.
I have
See,
I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Andrew usually has a randomization process of votes so that not everybody, so each vote is different order, so that you're not always put in a position to be a tiebreaker.
Oh, that's fair.
But in
That makes
this-
sense.
It's always been the same order, so I was just commenting on it.
Steve Wilcoxen,
Yeah.
Alice Elliott,
Yes.
Tegman John,
Yes.
Lisa Volker,
Yes.
Desiree Simmons.
Yeah.
Motion carries with 5 yes, 2 absent.
Oh, that's it. I have everything I did. All right, y'all. So I didn't expect that we were gonna like plan this whole thing out, but the last thing we had on here was to talk about the cover letter presentation logistics. So we had talked last meeting about wanting to put something together, like for what council gets, and wanting to put together like a cover letter from the committee, and then how we'll pull together the presentation that we would do. So I just wanted to maybe spend a couple minutes just figuring out how we'll do that.
Do we want to extend the
No.
meeting? No.
I mean, sorry, but I should. I am not a dictator.
Yeah, here's a quick question, is that after this meeting, if this is the last official meeting for this committee, can we meet outside of this and like talk about our presentation and stuff?
No, your oath of office goes beyond this.
Really?
And I would suggest that the chair and vice chair draft the presentation and the cover letter to present to council.
Can we individually send things to them? That is better.
I recommend sending it to staff and we can
Yeah.
share that with the chair and vice chair.
Yeah,
So if me and Des would work on the cover letter and the presentation.
correct.
And then we could send it back to you and send it to them and get their
Well, what-
feedback, or that's it?
No, you just have,
Trust you guys.
just you two do it. If anyone has suggestions, send them to me and I will forward them to Lisa and Des.
Okay, cool. Is there anything you wanted to ask about in particular, and somebody who will be drafting this stuff?
I would just, no, my eyeballs hurt, but, I would say for like 5 seconds, just like if there's specific things that you would want to really highlight in the cover letter in particular. I would love to hear those and then happy to draft something. I know it's late, so feel free to, think about it. But
Could I hear from Steve a little bit more about these reservations, about from your perspective and from the perspective that you assume you will encounter at council about this proposal? This is a safe space.
I think the only issue that people will bring up are things similar to Don in terms of the cost of services and the investment. The task of the cover letter and presentation is to sell this as an investment that the city is making. If there's that opportunity cost with that amount of money, then, I think it needs to define that this is not a $25 million thing. I think needs to really clearly spell out what the difference between, you know, what was what would have been captured from market value and what's being captured now. To give people some reference, to get rid of that $25 million number that people float around. I think that's really important. I think the services that will have to be paid for out of the city for people who live there, based on the calculations I showed you, is an important thing for them to understand as well. And the full scope of the, you know, just trying to, people will want to monetize things even that aren't monetizable, right? So a lot of these benefits, you know, like, well, what is that worth really? And that kind of speaks to the proportionality of this. But there's lots of things that can't be monetized, but you have to put it into a values structure. If they're asking for money off, you have to kind of justify it in that sense and to really address why this is proportional to the conceived or perceived lack of revenue. And I think that's the issue at hand for a lot of this. I think a lot of the stuff that came out of it maybe is great. I think those things are really wonderful to have in place.
Yeah, that's.
Doesn't I allowed to work? How do we do it? We're okay to meet? Can I go to her house and do that? Okay.
Let's get city hall.
You have to be in a neutral third party.
Come to your office, John.
No, we don't, no.
Actually,
All right.
the
Back room with a tap.
I would really like in this cover letter for, and I can also email staff and then have them send this to you. But I would like there to be an explicit acknowledgement of the fact that this is the first CBO process that is happening in IPSI, and it could have gone a lot of different ways, and I think that the direction that it ended up going in of this exploring actually making this development like a truly excellent place that is like benefiting the community members and helping them to be hopefully like more fully engaged citizens is I think it's a very unique path. It's also, you know, it's only one of many, and this process being successful, I think only opens more doors for like what future community benefit ordinance processes can look like. Yeah, and that like hopefully this is like something that we can like build on.
That's great, thank you.
I think there's a couple things that came up on Tuesday's meeting. So we just approved a PUD for this project, and the variances on that are that it's a higher density than what it's zoned for. There's less parking. And there was an issue with the sidewalk on Green Road, they got put that in, but I think maybe addressing that in the cover letter would be good as well. Yeah, this is a higher density than it would have been originally. And so addressing that as a sign point or that was a couple people who voted against that at first and voted for it in the last thing. But that is something that this is higher density than originally zoned for.
Great. Well, our meeting's about to end and I'm gonna close my eyes, so I can't see anybody.
I'm going to adjourn.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Wow, 1 minute.
We're on 1 minute early.